Yo, what's up, team? Good morning. I hope y'all are doing well today. Yeah, I'm up earlier every day, man. I'm up earlier every day. Listen, at this point in time, regardless of whether I set an alarm clock, I'm getting up at like 4:30. There's nothing I can do about it, you know. I'm up, you know. How about this monstrosity that's growing on my face? I only see it when I really stream. Look at this thing, man. I told you guys, my sideburns won't fill in, man. I'm one of those people, like I said, there's three types. I've said it a million times. There's three types. There's the first one that can only grow sideburns. That's not me. There's the other one that can only grow a goatee. That is what I can do. I can only grow a goatee. You know, and then there's the third type that just grows this big full beard at like 12. You know what I mean? Everybody hates them because I can't grow my sideburns, man. I gotta wait like 3 weeks to grow my sideburns. It's not cool. I don't appreciate it. You know? What's up, guys? But yeah, we're looking at a few stocks. I see RIGL pop up. We're looking at that. LODE morning. Hey, Frank from Montreal. What's up, Frank? Hey, good morning, Eddie. Elron or Elroy. Coding. Hey, what's up, brother? Jan. Good morning, dude. Why is AVGR up? I don't know. Yeah, blood blast this morning. 58 years old and I can't grow a mustache. Hey, listen. It's okay. Because the reality is, you look younger without a beard. You know? And so, as I get older and older, I don't like my beard as much. My wife is the only one, like, my wife wants me to shave my beard. But yeah. It's alright. I can still grow a beard. As you can see, I think the thumbnail still has Beard John in the thumbnail. You know what I mean? But, like, it takes me like a month, like a solid month to, like, grow a beard. You know? And you can see it, like, this is the awkward stage now. This is kind of the, you know. My wife and I had a disagreement about what a 5 o'clock shadow was. I said this was a 5 o'clock shadow, maybe a little bit too much for a 5 o'clock shadow, and she was like, nah, she thinks a 5 o'clock shadow is like a full beard, and it's not, you know. Yeah, and so let me know how you feel in the chat. Listen, if I can use the chat for anything, it might as well be proving my wife wrong. So let me know who's right in the chat. AVGR is pushing it up. We'll see what happens here. I'm looking at like 280s, 290s, $3, and it's sitting right underneath 350 now. We're watching that. Hey, we got power in my area, man. My area's running well. You know, we got power. AVGR to the moon, yeah. AVGR is going big. I mean, we'll go ahead and look up the news for this in a second. But yeah, AVGR is running. Oh, man. Oh, man. Alright, I'm up. Y'all keep saying I'm getting up earlier and earlier, and that might be true. But again, at this point in time, I get up regardless of my alarm clock. I'm what they call a morning person, you know? I love the mornings. I genuinely enjoy the mornings. Everybody else hates them, but, like, I like waking up early. As weird as that sounds. We got like USDW, we got AVGR, we got CAPA showing up. We got a few of these on our watch list. CAPA, CBLI. Right now we got like RIGL, CAPA, HGBL, which didn't really hold. SFTW. CPG, VTGN. We got like ONTX. You know, the biggest transition I have to make getting up this early is that I'm not gonna see a lot of these crazy movers. We got LKCO. I'm not gonna see a lot of these crazy movers run this early. I'm gonna have to wait and then add certain stocks to my video later on. But AVGR is the biggest one, clearly. Biggest percentage move, and I'll look up the catalyst, and we can go back over it again once a little bit more people get here. But yeah, guys, sorry about the stream just kind of cutting off yesterday. Honestly, my son, he's learning to use a computer, and he wanted to play video games on the computer, and then when it didn't work, he went over there fooling around with the cable modem and disconnected my cable modem yesterday. And at that point in time, the stream was basically over. It was like 11 something market time, so it's like the stream was basically over. I was just kind of like, yeah, I'll let it end. But alright, so AVGR shares after hours ripped up. So this started in after hours yesterday. You can see after hours led this little spike here for AVGR. Does anybody know the reason AVGR is moving up? I don't really see much here indicating why AVGR is moving. Let me know if you know. I use Thinkorswim. Bro, I gotta make a Nightbot post because, like, dude, like, so many people ask the same question over and over and over again. And listen, it would be one thing if I answered it and then they were like, yeah, that's cool, okay, thank you. You know, but it's like they would say, hey, what website are you using? And I would say, I'm using TOS. I'm using TD Ameritrade Thinkorswim. And then they would just keep asking me it. I'm using Thinkorswim, TD Ameritrade. This is TD Ameritrade right here. You know, this is TD Ameritrade charts. Thinkorswim. You can see at the top, it says main at Thinkorswim. 1967 build, I guess. But, yeah, it's Thinkorswim. It's TD Ameritrade. AVGR had the application for a patent. No news. Alright. If you're using TOS, then you're not trading for another 8 minutes. 8 minutes according to Archer. I'm gonna test the trade now. Look. Part of me just wants to prove you wrong, but maybe you're right. Does TOS not fill you before a certain time frame? I'm trying to get filled. No. I mean, they let my order sit. You know, they let my order sit. Maybe you're right, though. Maybe they won't fill me until the 7 o'clock market time. Is that true? If that's true, I legitimately didn't know that. What do we have moving aside from AVGR, guys? Help me build a watch list right now. Because all I see RIGL, kind of. But it needs more volume. Yeah, that's rough, man. That's dumb. Thinkorswim's not gonna fill me before 7 o'clock market time. That's crazy. We also have like USD or USWS, but this one's basically giving on back all its moves here. SOS is showing up, trying to rebound a little bit. We're watching SOS. Oh wait, what was that? PHCF? That was not that bad. Look at PHCF. This one looks like a tiny float. I might have to add this one to my list. Yeah. You have to wait until 7. That's dumb. Week's been slow, but maybe the snow got people handling in real life stuff. Texas is basically down. Yeah, for sure. 100%. And I think that my views are struggling. I think a lot of people are in Texas. Just based off of, like, I've had people in the Woodlands in Texas. I think a lot of people are here from Texas and the surrounding areas just because I'm from the South. And so maybe they relate to me more. I don't know. But But yeah, Texas is basically SOL. You know, Texas is out of commission. It's wait, is that GameStop showing up on my scans? No, I mean AMC, GameStop. Is the AMC GameStop run over? I think it is. CLBS, ALTU, CPG, BPTH. I'm looking at like LKCO as well from yesterday. PHIO, MOTS. Why did these scanners all of a sudden change? Is what I want to ask. 15 minutes, 5 minutes. Why is this all red? It's supposed to be gainers. I guess these are gainers. VISL spiking up. My power was out for 24 hours and internet is down. I'm still using my phone's hotspot, yeah. Hawaii. Hey, what's up, Isaiah? VTGN. Yeah, I'm looking at VTGN. It just needs more volume for me. I'm not really interested in it until we get some more volume. Like, my main watch is AVGR, obviously, and then we're looking at, like, LKCO. And, I mean, there's not really that much. I mean, we could watch, like, Bitcoin stuff. I know a lot of other people are watching Bitcoin stuff, so we could watch, like, BTC. We can watch Riot, Mara, NXTD. You know what I mean? And those will move in sympathy for the most part with Bitcoin. RIGL is kind of looking okay, but the volume slowed down after this big push, and it's not really holding the VWAP, but it is gapping up, so I guess we could watch that one as well. ONCY showing up, but why are some of these even on my list today, though? Like, we got like CAPA, which basically has no volume either. And I don't see a catalyst for AVGR. I'm gonna have to like dig and find one. This is Avenger. Sounds like my middle name. Yeah, I don't see any recent news here. Not on Yahoo Finance, at least. Stock Twits. Dude, so much manipulation, man. Like, who buys this stuff? Right, I'm looking at Stock Twits. Literally, I promise you guys, I'm looking at Stock Twits for the first time in years since I looked at Stock Twits, and the toxicity is still there. You know, we got people saying, APGR, listen, even if it hits $10, I don't think I'll sell because I believe in them. Dude, shut up, man. Like, you're the reason people are losing money, because you're sitting there setting weird, unrealistic expectations just because you're desperate to pump the stock price up, bro. Like, come on. Hits $10, I don't think I'll sell. That's the dumbest decision ever. That's the reason why people on GameStop lost money. He doesn't even have any intention on actually following through that. You better believe if it hits $10, he's going to be selling AVGR with the quickness. But it doesn't matter. He's using it to try to manipulate people into not selling, which is stupid. Like, listen, if you're in AVGR and you're holding it from ones, sell some, in my opinion. I'm not saying you have to, obviously, and I'm not telling you what to do, but don't be dumb. If you're in AVGR from the ones, take a little bit of profit at least, man. If I was in it, I would take like 3/4 of the position off, and then I could just kind of let the rest roll. You know, maybe it hits 10, maybe it does, you know, and if that's the case, you should certainly sell some, in my opinion. But, come on now, man. A stock's up, anytime a stock's up 400%, you should still take some profit at least, guys. You know what I mean? Whew, man. And with that said, with all of that said, look at this drop. Somebody unloaded a big position. Somebody unloaded a big position, but man. I don't even see the catalyst for AVGR. Somebody just sold hundreds of thousands of shares. AVGR, look in here. 90 million in the float, a little bit less than 90 mil. Not much short float percentage. It does have some cash on the books, about 25 million. It's got about 16 million in debt though. Yeah, so I don't see any news here. Wait, I see the catalyst. Okay, so this is why AVGR is up. Okay, look, there appears to be a coordinated short squeeze by day traders on social media, as there appears to be an uptick in discussions about AVGR on platforms like Reddit, Twitter, StockTwits, Discord, Facebook groups, etc. I mean, listen, guys, I know I'm a hedge fund spy. I get it. I'm a hedgy spy, as they say. Like, I get it, right? But don't be dumb. Don't listen to the people that want your money. You know what I mean? But yeah, from what I'm reading now on a few different places, it's a coordinated short squeeze for AVGR. Yeah. It's all your fault, John. You made them sell. I knew somebody would say it, and I know you're just being sarcastic. But yeah, somebody's gonna blame me for it. I mean, listen, AVGR's got a 90 million float, but hey, I did it. You know, watch. You're joking, but somebody's gonna say it. Somebody's gonna blame me for it. You know, they're gonna be calling me a Greg in other streams because I'm because I'm telling people to take some profits if it's at 300 or 400% increasing. You know what I mean? But hey. Good day, sir. Just got here. What's the score? Hey, my man Mo. How you doing today, Mo? I appreciate the words of support during the blizzard in Texas. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, Suit Simp. That's me. I'm a Greg, apparently. You know. What they won't say, though, what they'll never say, is that I was right about GameStop. They were calling me a Greg. Look, I'll put it like this, okay? They were calling me a Greg right here. And right here, really. They were calling me Gregs here. Now it's at $45 a share. You think they're ever going to be like, yeah, he was right and just looking out for our best interest? No. Because it's like a big cult over there. It's really what it is. It's just a big cult. You know, you can never say anything slightly critical because then they just spew hate. Even though it's like, it's just like a cult in that they don't really have your best interest at heart, and you're seen as disposable to try to get the overall outcome. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like a cult. It really is. It's so, hey. I mean, I was also calling short on GameStop at $4, but I'm just not going to mention that either. You know, nobody even bring that up. Don't even say anything about that, you know. But yeah, I'm seeing some stuff pop up. I hope we get some good volume today. We've been green most of this week. I could see SUPV sitting there. SEEL trying to move up. HGBL looked good originally. It's just dropped the last few minutes. You were right on GameStop and SNDL. I try. Hey, thank you, Holistic. I appreciate it. Hey, what's up, Mr. X? Yeah, bro. Yeah, man, I heard it's bad. Yeah, dude. Listen, this blizzard took out Texas, basically. I mean, what a crazy year it's been. You know, we've had COVID, a pandemic. We've had blizzards in Texas. It's all a little strange, to be honest. It's all a little weird. You know what I mean? We've had lockdowns, like, it's all been a little strange. It's been a weird year. Just the way to top off 2021 with a blizzard. A blizzard in Texas, taking out the power grid. You know? How crazy is that, man? But yeah, HGPL still doesn't look bad. GTech spiking. A few people talking about GTEC, and yeah, this one's moving up pretty big here. I don't see a catalyst for this either for GTech. But yeah, this is a big move. Oh wait. Yeah, no, I do see the catalyst here. So for GTech, it's SOCMA and Greenland Technologies, which is G-Tech, they signed a cooperation agreement to support U.S. production of electric industrial vehicles. So I wonder if this is going to cause some sympathy in other EV plays like NKLA or NIO maybe, which did get a spike over the last 5 minutes. I'm curious to see what happens there. But yeah, G-Tech, big rip here, big squeeze, big move up. Alright, but yeah, G-Tech squeezing up pretty big. We're watching it. It's worth watching, I guess. On the average, how many trades do you take a day? I would say 10 to 15. But that varies. That's going to vary depending on what's going on and how favorable or unfavorable the market is. But yeah, right now we got G-Tech. Big spike here. And again, they had a deal with another company. They had a deal with SOCMA to support the U.S. production of electric industrial vehicles. And they didn't discuss any... they didn't disclose any terms here, but yeah, they basically made a deal with another company, an agreement to support U.S. production of electrical industrial vehicles. This one is going crazy. Looking at the daily chart here, it's ripping up past the highs of the last year and past the lifetime highs as well, it seems. At least past the lifetime, or past the highs of the last 3 years at least. And so, absolutely crazy move for GTEC here. The float of this one is incredibly small, and that's probably one of the reasons it's moving some. The float of GTEC here, I'm showing it as 1.13 million. That is incredibly small, team. A very small float. I'm curious at why. I mean, I'm not curious at why it's moving anymore. This is an incredibly small float. It's got about 11 million in cash, but 40 million in debt. A 1.1 million float. So a very small float for G-Tech on that real catalyst that had out, but yeah, small float. This thing is running up crazy big. Crazy, honestly. AVGR with the big pullback here. Is AVGR done? Who knows? Good morning, my guy. Quick question. Do you ever use SMA charts and how reliable are they? I use them sometimes, not super often. You know what I mean? Like, I use them sometimes, but not every day. You know, it depends on the setup, to be honest. It really depends. USD. It's best to make fewer, more strategic trades with larger positions, in my opinion. That's going to be subjective. I mean, so I'm a scalper, so I'm going to get involved with more trades per day, but they're going to be smaller, quicker trades on average, and everybody's a little bit different, I think, in that regard. CCIV, buy the rumor, sell the news if you're in it. Yeah, I've heard a lot about CCIV the last few days. This is a EV play, right? Is that right? Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. This is EV. Watching it, but man, this thing's had a big parabolic rise over the last few months. Keeping an eye on it though. so this might be positively influenced by EV news. Is that what's going on? And I'm asking that. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. Wait, he's not that stupid. Wait, what are y'all talking about? 166? Yeah. Billions in real life, people going after Texas companies. I came here at the right time. If it dips, I'm in it long term. Wait, I'm talking garbage, Mo. About what? Did I even say anything that bad? What's wrong, man? Oh, you're talking to Tim? What did Tim say? I can't tell. I don't know if you're talking about me. Oh, you're talking about somebody else. I was like, whoa, what did I say, bro? Don't get mad at me, Mo. Don't be mad at me, bro. Yeah, you're not talking about me. I was like, man. What did he say, though? Now I'm all, like, gossipy with popcorn. What did he say? Oh, it's overextended is what he said. You talking about CCIV? Alright, let me catch back up on the chat. Yeah. G-Tech is running SNDL's completely dead. Great music this morning. Hey, thank you. CCIV is a SPAC merging with Lucid awaiting deal. Yeah. And so CCIV is interesting, but isn't it EV? Isn't that the sector of CCIV? Isn't it an EV stock? Correct me if I'm wrong. I use Thinkorswim. Is AMC dead? Probably. Keep your ADA. Hey, I'm still holding ADA, bro. Guys, quick question. I just bought ADA, but it's very high at the moment. Should I sell now and buy again? I don't know. Ask my man Mo in the chat. He knows. Like I said, I don't, but like I said, I doubled my money in crypto with Mo. So shout out to you, bro. You know, I appreciate it. My man Joel hooked me up the other day, too. Joel helped me out, too. Let me sign into my crypto account here. I finally got approved for intermediate account on Kraken. It took them like a long time. Then they had the audacity to ask me to leave them a review and ask them how they did. I was like, bad. Y'all took 2 months to just get back to me. You know, y'all took 2 months to get back to me. Y'all think I'm gonna leave y'all a good review? You know, I'm gonna carrying it up and leave you a bad review. Hey, I'm up again in Cardano. Like I said, I doubled my money, basically, on Cardano, so I'll take that. I don't know if it's Cardano I doubled my money on or what, but... CCIB is a SPAC company looking to make a deal with EV company. I got you. Binance US is that way. They are taking forever. Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of people are trying to sign up. If I had $1 for every time you say it's Thinkorswim, I'd be on the moon. Yeah, I was talking about it earlier, bro. The most common question I get is, what broker am I using? I gotta get some type of thing. Look, I'll help you guys out. Let me help you guys out. Like, I'll help you out. Let me find a nice spot to put this. Hold on, team. Let me do this real quick. Hold on. There we go. How about that? That should work, right? You know? That should work, right? Like, that's my broker. I'm using TOS as my broker. You know what I mean? Now you know. My broker is TOS. That's what I'm using. Alright. I can either do that or I could have Nightbot post it. But G-Tech, guys. Wow. And this is the power of incredibly small float. This is the smallest float I've seen in the last week. G-Tech here. Very small float. Crazy movement here, and honestly, it's up over 100% right now in pre-market. Honestly, a crazy move. AVGR trying to fight its way back. We'll see if it holds. I'm still looking at like RIGL here as well. HGBL. What a crazy move for G-Tech, to be honest. We got SUPV. Alright, so at least we got a few, we got enough moving here to watch. But yeah, look at G-Tech, guys. This one's crazy. TTOO. Do I just purchase with cash after I deposit with the mirror trade? It's up to you, bro. It's gonna vary. Yeah. Yes, but John, which broker do you use? Yeah, I guess y'all are right. I guess y'all are right. But I think TOS, I guess y'all are right. You're probably right about the platform being TOS and the broker actually being TD. And so here, let me edit this real quick. There we go. That's better. Now it's like broker TD / TOS. Hey, there's G-Tech breaking highs again. It's up to 2060s. 2060s. I got a lot of equity again to trade today. A bunch of equity again to trade. What do I do with this, man? I gotta buy like one share. I'm gonna buy like one share of this. On this little pullback right here. To $20. It's gotta do that, right? We're gonna buy one share. No? Oh, wait. I bought one share here. Just in case this one goes crazy. I gotta do it. One share. One share of G-Tech. One share, team. Yeah, a million, it's like 1.2 million float, crazy small. Hey, look at me. Let's break 23s now. Honestly, this one's crazy, dude. This was absolutely crazy, guys. This is like a GameStop right quick. I just made my little dollar. Hey, I'll take that. You know, I'll take that. That's like 10% of the trade. That's like 10% of the investment. I'll take that. You know. That's 10%. Hey, I made 10%. I made my $2 from it. You know. But man, how crazy is this, to be honest, man? This is absolutely crazy. A lot of people thought AVGR would run today, but it's really G-Tech. And AVGR did kind of run. But man, how crazy is this? This song has me bouncing in my chair. I'm sitting over here, you know, get my 90s music going, you know. I saw a video yesterday talking bad about millennials, basically calling millennials old. I showed it to my wife. She got upset. You know, apparently the cool thing, guys, especially if you're a female, the cool thing is not to do a side part. It's to do a middle part. Listen, when I was in 6th grade, when I was in 6th grade, I had a big middle part. I was, who do I look like? I had, like, long hair, and then I had, you know when you part right down the middle, you have, like, long hair, it's kind of like a bowl cut, but then you part it right down the middle, and you, like, crease it to the sides. That was me in 6th grade, dude. I was the coolest kid ever. But apparently, that's back, and side parts are for old people, I guess. You know, and middle parts are cool, apparently. I saw it on the internet, so it's got to be true. But hey, G-Tech's still ripping. Alfalfa, yeah, like alfalfa. That's exactly right. Like alfalfa, but if you understood the 90s, that was like a cool haircut in the 90s. I remember I'd wake up for school in 6th grade and I would like part my hair and put like gel in my hair, and I thought I was like the coolest kid ever, you know. But eventually I don't know what happened to it, but yeah. Haha, had the same haircut. Listen, great minds think alike. Y'all know. Y'all think I'm 40? Listen, the other day when I had people guess my age, somebody said 45. It was like a dagger to my heart, man. I was like, damn. 45? Do I really look 45 to y'all? Like 45? Y'all gotta just be being mean. That's just mean, man. That's disrespectful. You know? But no, we'll see if we bounce at 24. I honestly don't mind this. I'll buy this too. Let me see. I'm buying this little 1 minute pullback here. Maybe I'll lose, but that's okay. We're just having fun with G-Tech buying one share back and forth. Middle part, that's called a butt cut. Hey, must be your wisdom. My mom said I was the coolest kid at school. Hey, my daughter thinks like my daughter goes to a private school. And so like all the other parents are noticeably older than my wife and I. And so my daughter's friends think we're like the coolest parents ever. Really, we're probably more strict than a lot of their parents because, like, when you have a certain amount of money, you're just kind of like, nah, and like nannies raise your kids. You know what I mean? No offense, but like that's kind of how it goes if you have a certain amount of money. We don't have that type of money. You know, EXPR is shooting up. I'm looking at it in pre-market. And so like all her friends look at us like we're the cool parents when really we're probably more strict than their parents. How do you buy pre-market? Hey John, I'm 3 years older than you and I'm feeling it in age. Yeah, for sure. I don't want to admit I'm old, dude. I'm about to shave my beard. Try to look young. Nah, you look 55. That hurts, bro. It hurts. I thought your new name was the babyface scanner. It is. Bald man doesn't have to worry about a part. Yeah. Hey, bro, I'm the same age. I'm 33 and I had the same haircut in 6th grade with the gel. Listen, we all did, man. Listen, we're the coolest kids ever, bro. You know. What I try to tell my wife, though, about, like, style, you know, what I can tell her, at least, is that, hey, I'm out. I'm making my money here with G-Tech with my one share. I got that little pullback. But what I try to tell my wife is that it's all cyclical. It goes in cycles. Like, it goes in cycles. Like, skinny jeans, baggy jeans, skinny jeans, baggy jeans, skinny jeans, baggy jeans. It goes back and forth, right? Like think about it like this. The grunge stage, if you're old enough to remember it, the grunge stage in the 90s is the same thing as the hipster stage in the early 2010s. Same thing. Grunge and hipster, same concept, right? Oh, I just don't care, you know, blah, blah, blah. Right? It's the same thing. Right? It goes, it's all cyclical. It just goes in cycles. Fashion as a whole goes in cycles. It's, you know, skinny jeans, baggy jeans, skinny jeans, baggy jeans. Now, believe it or not, skinny jeans are not cool. It's the baggy jeans that are cool, apparently. My daughter showed me a TikTok video, so, like, I know these things now. You know what I mean? But, yeah. All right, so G-Tech still set at 24. I want to see if it holds support there. Yeah, need to get hair plugs soon, John. Me? Bro, y'all are toying with my insecurities, man. Now, y'all better believe, listen, at this point in time, if I ever did go bald, Bro, those toupees and wigs look good, man. You can't tell. I'll be wigging it up, you know. All right, I want to see if G-Tech holds $4 or 24 right here. I genuinely want to see if it holds 24. I'm surprised I made a little bit of money on this thing, even if it's like $4, but still, I'll take it. I'm happy with that. All right, so here's G-Tech. $31 and had that haircut in 4th grade. Hey, what's your buying power? I got about like 10K, around 10K. Skinny jeans, never been cool. I mean, you might not want to admit skinny jeans were cool, but they were. And think about it like this, right? Does anybody remember chubbies? Like the chubby shorts, like the short shorts? Like the male short shorts? Like they were called chubbies is what they were called, or something like that. And it's the same thing as the 80s, right? If you saw kids in the 80s, they're wearing those same shorts, right? It's cyclical. It all goes in cycles, you know. You buy in pre-market on TOS by changing the TIF here, the time and force, to extended hours. Bro, yeah, I had Jinkos. In 5th grade, every Friday was free dress day in 5th grade. And in 5th grade, everybody would wear Jinkos. That's what we all asked our parents for. We'd all want to wear Jinkos. And if you didn't have Jinkos or like really, really baggy, and when I mean baggy jeans, I'm talking about like ridiculous looking baggy jeans. If you didn't have those in 5th grade, you just weren't cool. I had a pair. They had an alien on them. You know, I was the coolest kid ever. But yeah, Jinkos, I remember them. I had some, you know. Alright, so we're watching 24 here for G-Tech. I genuinely want to see if it bounces at 24. At this point in time, this one's going absolutely crazy. An incredibly small float. I also see TTNP showing up on the scans, and it is bouncing at 24. Look at TTNP here, though. Whoa. TTNP ripping up big. I don't know if it's in sympathy or why TTNP's moving up. But this is Titan Pharmaceuticals. Shares are up on some type of treatment study that they did. Yeah, they said that... Or no, that was a few days ago. This must be sympathy. I don't see any new news for TTNP. It looks to be a very small float. Let me look this up real quick. Yeah, 10 million in the float, so very small float. It's got some short float percentage for TTNP at 430s. So it does have some short float percentage. It's got about 35 million in cash, 5 million in debt, 5 million in debt. Some short float though, and less than 10 million in the float for TTNP. So very small float. I don't see a catalyst here that's moving this, but it is moving regardless. But yeah, TTNP team, huge rip, huge squeeze, big move up. I'm showing 5.3 million. I'm showing 10 million. Yeah, I had some Heelys too. Yeah, I had some Airwalks too. I had some Airwalks. They were the coolest pair of Airwalks ever. They had like a little game. You know the game where you have the maze with the ball and you got to get the ball in the middle? I had some Airwalks that had that game on the heel of the shoe, or on the bottom of the shoe. And so I could pull my foot upside down and play this game in class. And like everybody thought I was just cool, you know. Maybe I'm like delusional about that. That's plausible, I guess. But I felt like I was cool, you know. TTNP pulling back. It's at 420s now. Everybody's favorite number here. We'll see if it holds at like 425 realistically, and back over the VWAP is where it needs to get. But I'm watching TTNP certainly. Dude, that's what they were called. They were called chubbies. That's what they were called. That's what they were called, man. Y'all want to see them? They're 80 shorts. They're 80 shorts. Listen, if you ever look at the guys playing basketball in the 80s and you're like, hey, they look funny. That's what chubbies are. Those are the same shorts. Same shorts. Again, it's cyclical. Listen, fashion style lessons with John. This is, you know, school is in here. And fashion is cyclical. You're welcome. Oh, Pearson, man. Yeah, Archer. We had bell bottoms. What's the difference between join the bid and sell the bid in terms of movement? So join the bid is buying. Sell the bid is selling. You know, so like join the bid, basically if you want to know like the nuances of getting filled with both of these, if you join the bid, it's going to take you a while to get filled. You know, that means you're trying to buy it at the cheapest price. Not the cheapest price, but like you're basically trying to buy what the buyers are bidding on, right? Which is the cheaper price in the level 2. If you sell the bid, you're if you sell the bid, it's going to be different, and you'll probably get filled faster, because that's what the sellers want you to do. That's what the bid wants you to do. They want to get bought up there, or they want to buy shares at that price, and so you'll get filled almost instantly if you sell the bid as opposed to buying the bid. If you try to buy the bid, it's going to be slow. You're going to have to wait a little bit longer, but you'll still probably get filled depending on the price movement. If you sell the bid, it'll be like an instant fill most of the time. TTNP still holding this VWAP level. I'm still watching 430s. We also have GTech here. I genuinely want to see if it holds at 24. That's what I'm waiting on, to see if it holds at 24. And so we'll see. You're 28? Hey, I appreciate that. I'm certainly not, but I appreciate it regardless. If you are a millennial, that would explain why you're in your mom's basement. Hey, listen, it's a nice basement here. It's a nice basement. She brings me sandwiches, you know, and don't judge me. That's all I'm saying. You're a fashion spy as well. Hey. Wow, this is free. That's crazy. Hey, listen, John's fashion advice. You're welcome. Oh, bro, Google it, Mark. If you think it's not real, Google it, bro. Posers wore airwalks? Bro, how dare you, dude? How dare you? Listen, I actually skateboarded. Are you a watch guy? Yeah, I like watches. You know, I always have a watch. I mean, I'm not like, I like watches. But part of me just thinks I'm just bored at home during a pandemic, so I'm looking to buy stuff because consumerism. What did AVGR end up doing? So GTech's back over 24 here. It did reclaim 24. I tried to get filled on that little pullback. I just didn't for GTech. Alright, so Maxim Group upgraded TTNP. That's the catalyst here for TTNP, is that Maxim Group upgraded them, apparently. There's 420s for TTNP. We'll watch that one too. I see Solo start to rip up here as well. Look at Solo. CBOR. Look at Solo, guys. All right. Alright, but yeah, we're looking at RIGL here. What did G-Tech end up doing? Did I miss out on something with that bounce pullback? I mean, part of me wants to get involved again. I bought one share of G-Tech here. I just want to see if it's going to squeeze. I wanted the 24 pullback. I was a little bit late on catching it, though. What happened here? There we go. No, John. G-Tech holding and pushing. Yeah, I mean, I'm in with one share, though. We're going to have fun with it. And I wanted to buy it at the bottom of this range here at 24, and I just didn't quite catch it. Looking at the level 2, though. If I add 100 to SOS today, would I be able to make more than 3 moves today, like on Robinhood? Probably not. I mean, it depends on if you have a cash or margin account, brother. If you have a cash account, hey, maybe you were right, Bob. It's not looking great. Once the ask gets under 24, I'll jump out. But yeah, it depends. If you have a margin account, you're going to be restricted to 3 day trades per week. If you got a cash account like me, I can trade as much as I want. Alright, so I'm sitting in this. I want to see if it holds 24. You know, should I buy 2 shares? We are. We're going to try 2 shares. We're going to try. Alright, we're in 2 shares now of GTEC. Alright, we're like I said, we're in with 2 shares. Incredibly small position, but I just want to see if we bounce up to 26 real quick. Where can I watch pre-market movement? I don't know. Right here? Such a mad lad. Is that a good thing? I can't tell with that British slang, you know. My last name's London, so I should know this. You know what I mean? But I can't tell that British slang, man. You know, I don't know if lad is good or bad. I know in Australia, lad is like bad. But in England, lad is good, I guess. Alright, so we're sitting at 24s. Yes. Yeah, I'm using TOS. Okay, there's 2450s. want a cash account, bro? Quick question. How do I make sure it's cash? You reach out to your platform and you say, yo, I want a cash account. That's what I do, at least. Whew, guys, it's cold up here, man. I might put on my robe. You know, style it up. Alright, come on, let's bounce at 24, G-Tech. I want to see it. I can take profits if you do. Alright, we're over 24. I like this hold. Yeah. I was joking, John, before you panic. Wait, did you call me old? Oh, yeah. John, can you explain equity and cash accounts? Yeah, so if you have a cash account, the benefits are that you don't have the PDT rule. Like, there's no PDT rule. You can day trade as much as you want as long as you have the equity too. Whoa. Yeah, I'm out. So we're about break even. I was lucky to salvage that, but hey, y'all were right. This thing did dump on me. So shout out to you guys trying to help me out. Sorry I didn't listen, you know. But yeah, so equity in a cash account. Like, as you can see, I have a cash account. I can day trade as much as I want, really. So we are getting a pullback for G-Tech. But the problem is that it takes 2 days for your funds to settle after each trade. And so if I buy 1,000 shares of a $1 stock and I have $2,000 in equity, then I have to wait 2 days for that first $1,000 that I used in that trade to get settled back into my account. Regardless of whether I win, lose, break even, it doesn't matter. If I buy 1,000 shares of a $1 stock in a cash account, I have to wait 2 days to get that $1,000 back into my account. And so the way you have to approach it is you take your equity and you divide it by 2, and that's how much you use per day. And so if you have $5,000 in equity, you take that and you divide it by 2, and you have $2,500 per day that you can trade. And so you use $2,500 one day, $2,500 the next, and then by the time the next day rolls around, your first $2,500 that you traded the first day is settled, and you can just recycle that over and over again to where you can use $2,500 every day if you have a $5,000 cash account. And that's how you do it. That's how I do it. I have a $10,000 account, so I just do that, but doubled, basically. I use 5K one day, 5K the next, 5K one day, 5K the next, and I've never run out of day trades. I'm able to day trade, 30, 40, 50 times a week with that. So, that's how you manage cash accounts. Yeah, it's called the T2 rule, by the way. It used to be the T3 rule. So it used to be 3 days, but then they changed it to the T2 rule, which honestly, I'm really glad they did. If they didn't change it to the T2 rule, I wouldn't be able to trade as much as I could right now, as much as I am right now. I wouldn't be able to trade like that. And so I'm very happy they switched it from the T3 to the T2 rule. But again, it used to be the T3 rule. Now it's the T2 rule. We got ABGR. We had RIGL. Hey guys, we got 600 people here. Guys, listen, if it's your first time here, we do this live for free every day. I'm not an expert. I don't want to claim to be an expert. I don't want to act like I'm an expert, and I don't really want that standard to live up to of being an expert. I don't sell a course. We don't sell services. We're just a free resource and community, and so all of our content is free. We do post affiliate links sometimes, but we're not going to charge for any of our content that we put out, and if you appreciate movements like that in the trading world, hit the subscribe button. You know you want to. Everybody's doing it. We're just a free resource and community. We trade live right here on YouTube with almost no delay every single day for free. And so hit that subscribe button, guys. Click the bell. If you click the bell, it'll turn on notifications and you'll get an alert anytime we go live or drop a new video. We're still looking at SNDL. Again, it's down to 170s. I'm glad I took profits where I did for that one. VTGN. USWS is another one we're watching. But yeah, G-Tech team. Big pullback. I want to see if it bounces here at the VWAP. And we're just kind of poking around at this thing. I'm not using much equity at all to trade it. I'm going to buy this just in case we rip here at the VWAP. So I'm in with one share of G-Tech, and we'll see what happens. I just want to see if it pushes up, and if it starts to go crazy, maybe we can make a little bit of money from it. I have CMEG. Let me catch back up in the chat. Sorry, guys. I use CMEG, so no PDCT. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're trading penny stocks, I wouldn't go to an overseas broker. I mean, listen, you can. I've never used CMEG, so I can't say whether they're good or bad. I'm just saying most of the time, like, especially if you're brand new, you don't want all that leverage. Like, you don't want to go to an overseas platform and use all that leverage. If you're experienced and you want to legit make money, do your thing. You know, and maybe I'll open up a CMEG account if I can get some leverage, to be honest. But if you're like me and you don't need that much leverage, like if you got 5K, that's plenty to trade penny stocks, to be honest. That's $2,500 a day. You can make 3-4 trades a day with that. But yeah, but in case you really know what you're doing, don't go get a bunch of leverage overseas in offshore brokers with penny stocks specifically. If you're trading mid and high caps, you kind of have to, right? So mid and high caps is different, but if you're trading penny stocks, you usually don't need to go overseas, to be honest. You could use a U.S. regulated broker, have 0 commissions, and then be able to actively day trade without the PDT rule, without having to go overseas. There's no reason to, in my opinion, unless you need the leverage. Again, but that's, you know, that's subjective. That means I can trade in extended hours, Biz. Yeah, that means I can trade in extended hours and pre-market or after hours. Did you buy 1 share with the buy ask button? Yeah. I mean, it's 1 share. I don't really care too much about where I get filled. I'm just trying to get filled immediately. You know, it's 1 share, and it's more of a range-bound, longer-term trade up here. Wait, y'all think I farted? I didn't fart. I'd call it if I did. It could be my leather chair. It's probably what it is. But I didn't hear it. I got headphones on. And I would have felt it if I did. So I would admit it, but I don't think I did. Hey, thank you, Angela. I appreciate the support. What's the most you made in 1 day? A few thousand. No affiliates, bro. I mean, I'm gonna make my money, and no offense to you all. I mean, the reality is that should be a pretty understandable thing. Like, if I post affiliate links, that should be understandable. Like, it's not like I'm selling a course and trying to sell you on some overpriced course on publicly available content. So, like, if I make money, I mean, I'm sitting here for hours every day. You better believe I'm gonna make some money with affiliate advertising and links and stuff. And that should be a very understandable, obvious thing. Every other YouTuber in the world does that. And so, yeah, I'm certainly gonna do it too. And I'm just being honest with you about it. If y'all think I'm running this YouTube channel for anything else aside from making money, I mean, I'm doing it for other reasons aside from making money. But if y'all think that I'm running this YouTube channel to not make money, y'all are crazy. You know, any YouTubers trying to do it to make money, regardless of what they say. You know, it should be obvious too. Hey, thank you, Octavio. Thank you, brother. Hey, 600 peeps in here. Hit that like button. Yeah, we're gonna trade futures. Just not right now. I'm waiting to trade futures. That's gonna be later on. Oh man, we got scammers on the channel trying to send you to WhatsApp. Listen, here's a lesson, guys. Never go to WhatsApp. Never go to WhatsApp. You know, and never listen to the comment section of my videos and go to WhatsApp. I'm never gonna send you to WhatsApp. If it looks like me, it's not. And if it looks like me and it's trying to send you to WhatsApp, it's not. It's not me. It's a scammer. Never send them anything. It's that old music I got in my playlist. Sorry, I've watched all of your back catalog and I've been watching you for 15 days live, and as soon as I get some real money in the green, I'm gonna donate $150. Hey, don't feel the need to, brother. You know, like I said, we make money on this channel, you know what I mean? But I appreciate the support regardless, bro. You know, thank you, man. Giving stock gurus. Hey, you know how I do it. Yeah, this guy's legit with his knowledge. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Looking into CMEG, still scalp one, or your average per share profit needs to be a minimum of 0.3 or 3 cents a share. I saw another dude who averages less than that and made like Yeah, 150 trades. Yeah. Yeah. Once here's a good test to see lag. Yeah, for sure. Hey, but I appreciate the support, guys. Oh, I accidentally said fart earlier. Oh, hey. I'm working with $1,000 cash account, up 100% in 3 months. Just know your risk. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, my daughter has like a cough right now. We got her COVID tested and it's negative, but we're looking at that right now. You're fishy because you don't sell a course by now. Hey. G-Tech popping up. I'm trying. I mean, I'm in G-Tech with 1 share. We're having some fun about it. Dude, I sent you $5,000 on WhatsApp. Now I can't pay rent for my grandma's basement. Hey, I saw something where it was like, where Twitch is getting sued because some kid donated like 20K to like streamers on Twitch, and he like basically like depleted his mom's life savings. He was like a 16-year-old kid. It's like, bro, listen, if you're 16 and you're taking your mom's credit card to donate to a bunch of, you know, Twitch streamers, you know, you're making mistakes in life. You know what I mean? Like, only donate money that you have and that's yours. Scammers are hilarious. Had someone try to scam me with the TV show Police Badge. Yeah, I mean, bro, you wouldn't believe how many scammers we see in the chat, man. Like in the comment section of my videos, they'll talk to themselves. You know, it's like you gotta reevaluate your life, bro. Like, if you're literally in there, like, even if you make money with it, right? Like, I get it, but like, how do they sleep at night? Like a lot of them. What's crazy is like a lot of them are religious. You know, and it's like, dude, like, you're scamming people in the comment section. You know what I mean? Like, how do you justify that in your head? You know, how do you justify that in your head? I feel bad for them. I really do. They got to be living a, you know, a tough life. But man, back from the VWAP video. Hey, what's up? Yeah, there's. I'll tell you the lag, Biz. Can you put a clock in the live stream? Yeah, I mean the lag is 3 seconds. Or 4 seconds, I'm sorry. It shows it right here if you don't believe me. Yeah, this is the lag right now. You can see the delay. 4 seconds. So we have a 4-second delay. Sorry, I'm late. I had to meet Chris and Mark, who both use eToro to trade crypto. Who? What? If you start to plug some type of WhatsApp number, you're gonna get banned. I'm highly skeptical of scammers at this point in time. Type of people who do that sleep just fine. Hey, like I said, again, I mean, I'm not judging them. Like, do your thing. But I feel bad for them. I really do, you know. I find value in free content more so on John's channel than just about any other YouTuber. There is hints and tips. The more you know, the better. Yeah, for sure. Take our money, John. Hey. Alright, so here's G-Tech falling. CTRM. Yeah, we're looking at CTRM. We're watching it. We'll see what happens, but we're watching it. We'll come back to G-Tech. Yell at me if G-Tech starts to tank. This one's too slow for CTRM. USWS, we're still watching that. HGBL, we got like RIGL, TTNP. TTMP's still trying to move here. I still gotta watch G-Tech though. I'm still watching LKCO and VTGN as well. Oof. I probably gotta get out of G-Tech here. I mean, I'm gonna let it test 20 in the VWAP, but under 20 and I gotta bail out of that thing. I gotta be careful because it's like, if you guys have watched the stream, yesterday I had like 7 or 8 green trades in a row, and like the problem is that I'll mess around in pre-market and lose, and then I kind of have to fight my way back after the opening bell to end green, where it's like if I just avoided pre-market, I would have almost 100% accuracy on the day, like 90% accuracy. And so yeah, I gotta be careful with trading in pre-market. I don't want to get myself too much in a hole before the opening bell, you know what I mean? And so, hey, y'all hit that like button as well, guys. We got over 700 people here. It's not even 8 o'clock market time yet. So hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, click the bell, turn on notifications. Hey, brother, balling out is cool too, though. Paper hands, put paper in your hands. Hey, hold the power line, you know. Hold the line, paper hands, diamond hands, toilet paper hands, you know, to the moon, YOLO. It only works if you work it. What's some more cliched sayings? I can't think of any. Hard work pays off. Yeah. ABGR, we're still looking at it. Believe in yourself, yeah. ONTX, TRCH. TRCH is pushing up. Look at TRCH, guys. PTE. We got like RIGL. BTGN. Still in G-Tech here, but man, crazy movement. Alright, so I'm still in G-Tech. I'm probably going to jump out. I'm still looking at USWS as well. Again, I guess I'll let it test $20. I'm only in one share, so it's pretty insignificant. But, yeah, here's USWS. We're watching that. We're obviously watching ABGR, and then TTNP is another one we're looking at. Am I missing anything? I don't think so. Let me know if I am. I don't think I am, though. Hey, nice peep. Fire music, as always. Hey, thank you, Infinity. You talking about ABGR, about the patent news? Like I said, I'm still at G-Tech. You talking about ABGR? Yeah, ABGR, I believe, was a social media pump. Like, they tried to hype it up in Reddit, social media, stock twits. Is that it with the music? Is the music done? Yeah, I guess so. That's the end of the whole playlist. Alright. Hey, thank you, AB. Am I on Twitch? Not really. I mean, I have my poker account on Twitch. If y'all guys, if you want to follow me on Twitch, follow me on my poker. Once I get over 1,000 followers on Twitch, I'll start to play poker on there. I love poker, Texas Hold'em mostly. So if you want to follow me on Twitch, it's just twitch.tv/beginnertrading. But yeah, I don't ever really stream on there. Alright, so G-Tech bounced it up a little bit. I still see AMPE, RIGL trying, ABGR trying, USWS is trying, but they're all below the VWAP. Same thing with like LKCO. What happened with like PETZ? SCKT dumped. TTNP is another one that we're watching, but a lot of these just have to make it over the VWAP. If they don't, I'm not interested in them. We got ONTX. BPTH showed up too. Still in G-Tech. I just want to see if we mounted the VWAP and actually go up here. I got filled at 22 even. Do you sell a course for poker? Yeah, it's called Go All In. That's it. Or Fold to Me, I guess could be another name for it. I'll have to figure out which one's better. Hoth. I see HOTH show up. Look at Hoth, guys. Hoth with a big squeeze up. It's sitting at 360 now for HOTH. Look at Hoth. G-Tech moving up as well. But yeah, look at HOTH and G-Tech here. Hoth Therapeutics reported that its HT003 showed anti-inflammatory benefits. The company is going to expand drug development to include treatment of inflammatory bowel diseases. So we're watching that for HOTH. But yeah, again, positive results for their biodrug for the ice planet of Hoth right here, HOTH. We're watching it. There's 380s. I use Benzinga scanners, guys. You can check out the description right here for Benzinga. Why don't you listen to my stock picks? I mean, I don't know you. And so by that logic, you're just some random dude on the internet. No offense to you. I mean, I don't really listen to anybody else's stock picks. Why would I? I mean, again, no offense, but y'all are just a bunch of random dudes on the internet. I'm going to make my own decisions, and that should be a pretty understandable thing. I've said it a lot here, team. I've said it a bunch, and it's like, look, it's fine to give out stock picks in the chat. It's fine to give out stock picks in the Discord. Like, that's cool and understandable. Like, you know what I mean? But you just can't get mad if people don't follow those stock picks. Like, that's not a reasonable thing. You can't get upset if somebody doesn't follow you, especially if you're just some random guy on the internet. Maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. But what happens a lot with stock picks is that people will call out a bunch of different things. They'll call out like 10 things, right? And 9 out of those 10 might do nothing. They might lose, right? But then they bring attention to the 1 out of 10. And all they talk about is the 1 out of 10 that actually was right. And so, you know what I mean? Like, no offense, but I'm not going to listen to anybody in the chat regarding, like, I might look at the chat and say, okay, they're saying this one is moving. I'm going to look at that one now. Right? But I'm never going to say, hey, this person said to buy this stock, or this person said this stock is going up. I'm going to buy this stock. You know what I mean? Unless it's crypto and you're Mo. You know, that's the only guy I've really ever listened to with crypto in any market, really, and just because I don't know anything about crypto, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, like I said, think about it. That's not a reasonable expectation. Can't get mad if nobody follows your stock picks, because in the end, we're all just a bunch of random dudes on the internet. Or ladies and gentlemen on the internet, I guess we should say. So... Oh, well, sorry, Armin. I mean, we just got a bunch of people here, brother. You know, we just got, like, you know, we got 800 people here. So, I mean, I'm going to miss most of the chat, to be honest. You know, I think people have been donating to me lately. And you don't have to donate for me to see it. But, like, try to at me. You could at me. At me might help me see it a little bit better. But yeah, we just got a lot of people here. So usually what happens is that I try to read the chat, and then it goes so fast that I have to skip over like a large portion of what everybody's saying, and then I just kind of go back to the most recent. But yeah, we just got a bunch of people here, bro. HOTH. Nah. So, can somebody please explain, if I buy in pre-market, will it adjust my shares to whatever the price is in the open, or what is it? No, it's not. If you buy in pre-market, you're going to get filled at whatever price you're at in pre-market, you know? So, like, if I buy G-Tech here, I got filled at $22, you know? At the opening bell, who knows if it'll be at 22. But yeah, it just depends on where you buy. If you buy in pre-market, you get filled at that price, whatever it is. It's not going to change at the opening bell. Oh, I understand. I'm from Norway. Hey, well, welcome, brother. Like I said, no hard feelings. I'm not mad at you. You know, I just felt like some people get really upset if I don't take their stock picks, and like I've had a lot of weirdness over the years from, you know, people, and you're not being one, by the way, Armin. You're just asking a question, which is fine. You know, asking a question is understandable. But yeah, we've just had a lot of weirdness over the years from people that like we've had a certain percentage of people where it's like if you don't follow their stock picks, they're literally upset at you. They're mad at you, you know. And it's like, in the end, like I said, I don't mean to disappoint anybody here, but I'm not going to follow anybody's stock picks in here. You know, I might look at stocks they're looking at. If they say, hey, this stock's moving, I might say, okay, let me look at it. But I'm never going to buy it just because somebody else says buy it, you know. HOTH still sitting at 4s. I'm still in G-Tech here. It's kind of, we're break even. Be safe. I'm in West Texas and been without power for 4 days. That's rough, Crisco. Sorry to hear that, bro. Yeah, man, y'all be safe as well. Like I said, it's a tough time here in Texas. Somebody got mad at me because my stream died the other day, like 2 days ago, and I was like, man, dude, I'm not even at my house. Like, we lost power. Half of Texas doesn't have power. You can tell they just don't know what's going on in the world. But we're going to see if HOTH can hold this 375 level. I'm probably going to have to get out of G-Tech. But yeah, y'all be safe. To all my South U.S. friends, y'all be safe. All right, we're going to see if we bounce with the VWAP here for G-Tech. Again, I'm also watching HOTH. Look at CBAT. Oof. I'm probably going to get out here. I mean, I guess I'm going to use this as my risk at 2050 for G-Tech. Somebody said look at CBAT. Yeah, I traded CBAT a lot today. CBAT is what I made the most money on yesterday, I believe. Alright, we're right around my risk, and you can see we actually bounced right there at 2050, which is what I wanted, so it's a little bit better. You know, I'm going to put this up on another screen and get out of it if, you know, and I'll tell you guys if I get out of it. Get that backup generator. We're at in Texas. Yeah, I'm in Houston, so South Texas. And it's chaos here. It's absolute chaos right now. Like to be honest, we don't have that much food at my house. Like, we have food, but like we certainly don't have warm food, and we can't really go to the store. All of our food went bad in our fridge because the power was out for over a day, and so all of our fridge went bad, and so now we basically have to eat like canned food, which is fine. I like canned food, but yeah, it's been a crazy few days. Alright, G-Tech, I'm probably about to just jump out of this. It's a bigger headache than it's worth at this point with my little one share. Leaving Mississippi, headed to Houston for a week's worth of work Monday. Hey, good luck, Jason. I'm gonna get out here. I'm not trying to mess with this anymore. We'll see what happens. I'm not against trading it, obviously. But for right now, we're just gonna reset and come back to it later. VTGN moving. I just want to keep my pre-market trades small so I can actually take some swings maybe at the opening bell, you know. There's G-Tech. Yeah, and so it looks like that was the right move. BOPT or BPTH. TTNP still trying. Same thing with Hoth. So the big movers right now are Hoth and TTNP. Let me see if I can find some catalysts here. Titan Pharmaceuticals, Maxon Group upgraded them from hold to buy and announced a price target of 11 per share for TTNP here. Hoth is dropping down to 360s. For me to trade these guys, like I said, I don't mind these dropping because a lot of the time I'm really looking for reversals at the open. So like I don't mind. So like if this is the opening bell, I don't mind seeing a drop at the open and then a reversal and then entering like kind of on this break right here. So like entering on like a test of this and then a pullback. So like really what I want to see most of the time, if you've been watching my trades over the last few weeks, what I've really been doing is I've been looking for this. And then I've been buying it here on this little pullback. So like here's the previous high of the day. Once we actually break that and then we have a little bit of a pullback, that'll give me a cheaper entry. I've been buying that and riding it up some. And it works really well. It's been working very well over the last few days and weeks really. But it's kind of like a red to green cup and handle style trade for the open. But with that, the overarching point I'm trying to make is that I don't mind opening weakness because opening weakness gives opportunity to like reversals that I can profit from and try to take advantage of. And so like that's what I'm kind of doing here. SUPV is trying to move a little bit. Here's SUPV. Get that backup generator, yeah, for sure. Where did you learn to trade? Did you go to college for some kind of finance, or did you just pick it up by studying on your own? If so, what are some good resources for someone starting out? I mean, I didn't go to college for finance. I basically learned on my own. You don't really have to go to college. The only reason you should ever go to college for trading is if you want to work at like a hedge fund, or not even if you want to work at a hedge fund. I mean, I guess so, but if you want to like, what's the word? If you want to work at like a proprietary trading firm with like a bank, as like a bank trader, you know, or like a hedge fund or a bank trader, sure, you probably need a college degree. But it's also one of those things where if you perform well enough, if you show like a proved history of like profit, like good profit, like they might hire you regardless. My point is though, is that if you're into trading, it's kind of like programming nowadays, where it's like you can go to college and you're gonna have an easier time getting jobs if you go to college for programming. But there's also you know, it really just matters if you can program or not. Like if you can go to an interview, a job interview for programming, and answer their interview questions, like if they give you quizzes on different things and you can answer their questions, then you can get a job easily without college. Trading is one of those things that most people learn by themselves. So trading is one of those things where most people learn by themselves, and you don't really need a college degree for trading. Now, I'm not saying college degrees are bad, but for trading, it's unnecessary. Also, I mostly taught myself. I use some different resources. Like I've watched a lot of free content on YouTube, and I'll say this: for the most part, you do not need to pay for like a really expensive course in trading. You're gonna have people that show you Lamborghinis and mansions, and they're gonna try to make you make an emotional decision and buy their overpriced course. But again, understand that most like content that's in these courses is publicly available already for free. So it's already out there for free already, and they're just gonna see if somebody will buy it. Yeah, and so my point is, a lot of the big time educating, platforms are good, but a lot of them are also trying to just get you to make an emotional decision, right? So they're going to try to show you that they made so much money in 2 months, when the reality is, for most people in trading, they're going to lose money. And the reason I say this is because it's like a lot of people get involved because they lost their job or because they're struggling and they need money. But like, that's trading is the if you're struggling and need money right now and you don't have that much money and you're broke and you're struggling, trading is honestly the last thing that you should learn. It's really the last thing that you should learn. Why? Because most traders are going to lose for the first few years. You know what I mean? And sure, you might have an outlier every now and then that doesn't, but most traders are going to lose in the first few years. If you're broke and struggling, you should not be trading. You know, you should not be trading with money you can't afford to lose. And that's just the reality behind it. Now, there's outliers that end up doing well, but again, understand the reality behind it, and that's the reality. And I try to be as honest as I can about that, because there's not enough people like me out here telling people that, you know, and I get it. Like, they make money selling courses. Like, I get it. But, like, there's not enough people out here telling people the truth. And so people have a very unrealistic expectation about what trading really is, and about realistic expectations, you know. But yeah, AREC's pushing up. We're watching that. What did G-Tech end up doing? G-Tech ended up dumping down under the 20s. AVGR still sitting at around 3, but it's kind of making a test for the VWAP here, so we're watching that. Yeah, I mean, he said, what did you spend 10 grand on courses, man? Every day you rant on this. You don't need to tell this man. I mean, I disagree, bro. And I'm intentionally doing that every day. And the reason I'm doing this every day is because people need to hear it, man. Like, you could say, oh, he doesn't need to hear that. I don't need a rant. Or you could say, hey, you say the same thing every day. Good. People need to hear it. And like I said, I said it a week ago, and I'll keep saying it. I'm going to make it a point to say this every single day, at least once, so people understand the reality behind trading. And again, the reality is you're going to lose in your first few years. You know what I mean? You're going to lose in your first few years. Most trading content is publicly available for free. You know, and you got a certain group of people that are just toxically loyal to their gurus, and so they'll never admit they got ripped off, and they'll never admit that it's publicly available content. They'll never admit that because they've spent so much money they need to lie to themselves about it, which is they need to justify that expense. And I get the psychology behind that, but it's like, don't be toxic to people like me being free. And I'm not saying you are. You're not, obviously. You're just asking a question. But what I'm saying is, like, listen to what I'm saying. But I try to do my best to tell people the reality behind it, because I think there's just so much nonsense floating around. Any books or specific people on YouTube you would recommend to beginners, other than you, of course? I mean, there's a lot of good free content on YouTube, not just me. Again, be careful with anybody flashing like luxury cars and mansions at you. Be careful any like 15-year-old looking kid that's trying to tell you he made some obscene amount of money in a short period of time. Like, be careful if anybody says, this is how you turn $1,000 into $1 million in 2 weeks. You know what I mean? Anything like that, be very careful. Hey, I'm learning from Beginner Trading University. Yeah, I do blackjack. You know, and like me and Kevin Spacey decided to start a blackjack team, and then we went to Vegas and, you know, made a bunch of money. But then Kevin Spacey got greedy, and I was like, nah, and tried to form my own group, and then, you know, a bunch of stuff happened. But yeah, I'm looking at AVGR. We'll see what happens here. Watching it. SDC hurt me bad. Small Direct Club. You gotta have your own system. Don't trade like masses. Yeah, for sure. The real real talk on this show is amazing. Hey, we're trying. You know, like I said, I don't sell a course, so I don't have that bias of like, hey, I gotta set an unrealistic expectation. Because the reality is, the truth is, if traders understood what they're getting into, a large majority of them would not do it. You know what I mean? And so what happens is that they have to put out these unrealistic expectations of like fancy cars and mansions, but it's like most people are just gonna lose. GTEC popping. Did I miss out on the GTEC pop? Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to trade it anymore. It was good at first, and I'm going to watch this certainly at the opening bell. But, like, for me, I don't know. I think I'm going to just refresh and get ready for the opening bell and try to make some money at the open. I haven't lost this week. I've made money every day this week. Same thing with futures. So, yesterday was a really great day. You know, made a lot of good trades. Had a really solid win in futures as well. So, yeah. APHA, is cannabis up today? Well, here's SNDL. SFTW. Yeah, SFTW's not too bad either. PRPO. What was it? TTNP, and then AVGR, and then GTEC. Those three are my main watches. GTEC, AVGR, and TTNP. Oh, we also had Hoth, the ice planet of Hoth, right here. Which basically gave back all of its gains already. Hey, thank you, Brian P. Hey, shout out to you, man. Thank you for becoming a member, Brian. I appreciate the love, dude. Alright, so I'm catching back up with the chat, guys. Hey, thank you, Brian, for becoming a member, brother. Shout out to you, man. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, Brian. Thank you, man. Love the daily guru rant. Sorry, I'm catching back up with the chat, guys, so forgive me for a second. Let me see. Outlier. I'm gonna say outlier over and over again. It's my new favorite word, you know. Yeah, your first year, if you make it even 6 months in, this career is your tuition to get in. Yeah, for sure. And that's what you got to understand. Like, people are going to lose money. And it's almost necessary to a certain extent, because if you lose money, you have to have risk management, because you don't want to lose money again, right? If you lose $2,000, it's going to hurt. You're going to feel some burning in your chest, you know? And so that burning in your chest, the next time you want to make a big trade and risk a lot of money, you're going to have to really double check to make sure it's the right trade. It's going to make you have risk management. Losing is going to make you have risk management, and that's a good thing. But it's one of the reasons I tell you to scale down if you're learning. If you're learning, trade very small. That way you'll lose less, you know. Took me 4 years to be consistent. Yeah, for sure. My average, like what I hear people, like I've talked to a lot of profitable, like professional traders. What they usually tell me is that it takes about 2 years to really make any money, and you'll lose money the entire time beforehand, you know. Bro, I'm broke and I'm new to this. This is my second week. I'm not a guru. I don't pretend to know what I'm doing, but following you, I haven't had a losing week. I doubled my account week 1. Thanks, bro. Hey, happy to help, man. Hey, glad you find value in the channel, brother. Thank you, dude. Is this the end of Walmart? I don't know, Andrew. I'm up also this week as well. Yeah, I had a good week too. I've been making money most of this week, and we had a good day yesterday, certainly. GRNQ, tell me your thoughts. I mean, big runs, big movement the last few days, but it's having a really weak open. I would look for a little pop at the opening bell up to like 375, but I genuinely don't know what it's going to do. I'm not an investment professional, not liable if you lose. New people here love the daily guru rant. Hey, I have the daily guru rant. You know, some people are saying it's redundant, and like I understand that, but we got so many new people here that I'm gonna say it at least once, you know, every day, and that it should be understandable. If anything, my goal is to save new traders money, and like that's really why I say it. And again, I don't sell a course or a service myself, and so my goal is to just save new traders money, and I think telling people the reality behind trading is necessary. 1K people and only 200 likes. Yeah, y'all hit that like button, team. Amen, brother. That's what we call honesty. Yeah, for sure. And that's what I try. Like I said, it'll save new traders money, and like that's the reality. It'll also help my channel grow faster. So you know what I mean. Like I would love to say I'd love to be self-righteous and say I just want to help people, but I also want my channel to grow faster so I can make more money. You know, and that should be understandable too. But that's why everything's free here. I started trading with a stimulus check. I've been working through this whole pandemic, so my normal pay has been consistent. I'm practicing trading with the taxpayer's dime with the chance to make money. Hey, yeah, do your thing, man. As long as you're trading with money, you're okay with losing, you're doing it the right way. I can watch videos and make my own course having zero experience. That's how much info is out there. Yeah, for sure. It's honestly, there's so much publicly available content. Like it's all free. You know, and even if there is some premium content that people don't know about, people are going to watch that content, and then they're going to say, hey, I can teach people this myself. So they're going to watch the premium content, and then they're going to teach people for free the same content on YouTube. And for that reason, there's not really any secret strategies, patterns, or content in the trading space. Sure, there's obscure content, but you can usually find it somewhere. The American way. Learn more watching this stream than other six-figure courses. Yeah, for sure. Truth, brother. Best trading advice out there. Did the expensive course, and this is the way to learn. Yeah, for sure. Most people say, like, I'm not against courses, though. Like, most people say that they learn a lot just researching. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need the courses. The courses are going to try to tell you that there's some super secret information. There's not. There's not really. Most of it's publicly available for free. Hey, dude, what program is that? That is Benzinga scans. So these are Benzinga scans right here. Yeah, you're good, Salty. You're calling me London, bro? People used to call me London all my life, dude. That's all about it. Like, my last name is London, so very English, very British. But with a last name like that, that's all I heard was, hey, London, what are you doing? This chat is full of criers. He's just giving you advice. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm just trying to help. I really am. And I've been through it. I've been trading for 4.5 years. So, like, I know what I'm talking about, you know. I'm trading with my stimulus, too. Buy GameStop, yeah. Check out Simpler. Sorry, Archer. I gotta delete it, brother, if I don't know him. You know. You work with Spacey? Cancel. Margin Call is a great movie, though. I love Margin Call. No, I was. If you guys don't know, I was reciting a scene, or I was reciting the plot from the movie 21 about blackjack. Do you go to the card rooms in Houston or the casinos in Louisiana? When I go to Louisiana, I go to Harrah's sometimes. So I go to Harrah's and play poker. But I don't really play anything else aside from poker. I'm not much of a gambler, believe it or not. I'm very careful with my money. And so I don't really like gambling per se, but I'll play poker. And poker is gambling to a certain extent, but it's not like you're not betting against the house in poker. You're betting against other players. So there's an edge that you can have in poker as opposed to everything else. But yeah, with that said, I've never been to the poker rooms here in Texas. I'll try one day though. G-Tech popping up. Yeah, I'm looking at G-Tech here. We got about an hour before the opening bell, guys, so we'll try to make some money and see what happens. You are right. In my first 6 months of trading, no prior knowledge at all. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have a certain amount of people that are anomalies, where some of it is luck. Like, if you're really successful in the beginning, it's probably luck, and nobody wants to admit that. Everybody wants to boost their ego and say, yeah, I'm just a great trader, you know. And you're gonna have a certain percentage of people that are just really quick learners, and they're gonna pick it up faster than others, right? But everybody thinks they're gonna be that 5%, but they're not. And so most people lose money, and it's an objective truth. I use Benzinga. Anybody else having trouble with his stream? No, my stream seems to be running smooth. Let me know how it's running for you all. How many shares do you normally play with? It depends on the stock. You know, it depends on how big the range is. If it has a big range, I'm going to scale down. If it has a small range, I'm going to scale up. See, London's building his channel in a different way, a better way. He doesn't have to worry about putting out content. The difference, better vibe, good job. Yeah, for sure. And that's what I wanted it to be. Like Mitch and I, when we started, you know, pushing this channel, like we really changed the trading landscape. But I genuinely think like gurus are a thing of the past. I think eventually people aren't gonna buy it anymore. They're not gonna buy the get rich quick scheme lifestyle anymore. And so I genuinely think like really expensive paid content in the trading space is gonna become extinct. It's gonna be a thing of the past eventually, and like that's what we're pushing for. That's what we're trying to do. And again, I'm not against courses. If you've been in the market for 10 years and you know what you're talking about and you're verified with profits, then go ahead and sell a course. I'm not against that. But what I am against is giving new traders unrealistic expectations so that they'll pay obscene amounts of money for publicly available content. You know, and like that should be an understandable frustration. So ZKIN pushed up here. XSPA is pushing up too. Here's XSPA. Here's 230s, 290s. You're not a millionaire mentor, John? No. Hey, what's up, Precise? How you doing, brother? Hope you're doing well, man. Is Texas really failing due to snow and ice? It's not the snow and the ice's fault that... No, it's not just the snow and the ice. The power grid has been taken down in Texas. Like, that's the issue. The issue is, it's like snowing and icy outside and it's freezing cold. And like a third of Texas residents don't have power. That's the issue, is that we don't have power here in Texas. I mean, I do now, but I didn't for a few days. And, yeah, the bigger issue is not, you know, people, what y'all don't understand is that Texas doesn't have the infrastructure to deal with this. Like, a lot of people up north are like, huh, this is what I gotta deal with all the time. And it's like, that's cool, but like, Texas doesn't have the infrastructure. We don't have salt trucks. Like, we don't have the infrastructure to really manage this. People don't have snow tires on their cars. Businesses are shut down, you know. Houses built here are different. Like, they're not the same. Like, some of these houses are having their roofs cave in because because the snow would melt and just destroy their housing. So we just don't have the infrastructure here for snow like this. It's just not something we usually have to deal with. So it's different for us right now. It's not like, oh, you know, you've been up north all your life dealing with -20. That's cool, but it's like there's a difference. And again, people don't have power. We don't have generators for that reason, like people up north might. So there's just a lot of differences. CEI, which I believe is an energy play, is ripping up. There's 280s. Here's CEI. No, the gainers for the most part are working. These gainers might here. I mean, alright, look at CEI, guys. CEI is making big rips, big squeezes here for CEI. Look at this move. I don't know. I made a few $100s in futures and like, I don't know, like $40 in penny stocks. Something small. But again, I'm not claiming to be an expert. The channel's called Beginner Trading. So, I mean, you know. Here's CEI. Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, guys. Alright, so, yeah, G-Tech's still pushing up. I see GBR show up on the list, too. Here's G-Tech. I'm still looking at GBR as well. It's popping up some. PED looking okay. XSPA making moves, too. So, a few things recently just popped up. I'm sure these are catalyst-driven. A lot of news releases come out right around now. So, GBR is up to 740s here. Slow, though. This isn't really the big voluminous move I want. CEI. We'll see if it holds this VWAP level right here. So I'll look at CEI to see if it holds the VWAP. I'm going to see if we can find a catalyst for this. Later, bro. Kids home from school today. I'm out. Hey. Alright, so we're going to see if we hold 275 right here, right around the VWAP for CEI. I'm looking for a catalyst. They put out something that showed a filing where they entered into a merger agreement with Viking Energy Group, with Viking surviving the merger as a wholly owned subsidiary of Camber Energy, so of CEI. So CEI is merging with another company, Viking Energy. I've heard Viking before. I want to say, does anybody know if Viking is a symbol? Is a public company? I'm sure it is, right? What's the symbol for Viking? I think I've heard it before. TRCH. Yeah, so we're watching CEI. TTNP, still watching that. AVGR, still trying here. LKCO, consolidating. But yeah, CEI, guys. GBR showing up on the scanner as well. It's up there, but it's not really too crazy of a move. We're looking at JAGX here as well. It's kind of pushing over 3. So we'll see if JAGX holds 3 here. When will you change it to immediate trading? VKND. Was it VKTX? Is that it? Viking Therapeutics? Is that the same one it's merging with? Viking Energy Group. No, that's not it. Or VKIND. Is it a pink sheet? Yeah, so it's VKIND. So it's an OTC stock. I wanted to see if there was some type of correlation there. G-Tech, guys, is still moving up, and I'm certainly regretting getting out where I did. I literally got out like right around here at $20. And we actually held that level of support, so my fault completely. And G-Tech's still ripping up though, guys. Look at this move. Here, I'm going to clear out some of these support levels and draw my own now. So we got one obviously at $10. We got another one at 24 here, and then we got some at 26, and then this pre-market high that we could watch. So we're watching all of these levels here. Let's see if it pulls back to 24 and actually holds. GBR, sympathy to CEI. Okay. Yeah, somebody asked me yesterday, they said, hey, how do you find moves before they happen? The only real way to do that is to look at sympathy plays. So you can see CEI rips up, has this big squeeze up, and then what happens, you have sympathy from that. So then you have GBR move, just based off of people saying, hey, these are related to each other. I'm going to buy this, and you can make money before this pop. Happens a ton. G-Tech still pushing up. Like I said, we'll see if it pulls back to 24 and holds right here. We got the $24 pullback that I talked about. We'll see if it actually holds that level now. Trying to break underneath it. It's down to 23s for G-Tech. Still watching it. Again, my main watches today, guys, I'm going to go over about 5 here. About 5 main watches. First one, G-Tech. Certainly the biggest watch today. The news for G-Tech is that they reported a deal with SOCMA to support the production of electric vehicles. They didn't discuss terms, but they signed a deal with another company for G-Tech here. A good deal, and so we'll see what happens with G-Tech. It is ripping up from that. The next one is AVGR. AVGR is moving up some. This one is basically getting pumped up. Traders circulated, and we also had some pump ups in like Reddit, social media for this one. Traders were circulating a USPTO from February 10th, dated application for the company's optical pressure sensor assembly, and that's causing AVGR to push up. You can see it's at 260s now. We'll see what happens with it. We're also looking at CEI now. CEI back over that 75 level we talked about, and it looks to be squeezing up some. And again, this is Camber Energy. They are merging with another company. Here's CEI. Again, they're merging with Viking Energy Group, and so we're gonna see what happens with CEI. That's number 3, and we got some sympathy from that. But the other ones we're looking at, TTNP is one of them, and then we also have what was it? I guess we have JAGX right now. So those 5 are really the ones I'm paying attention to now. But look at JAGX here. I don't know what the catalyst for JAGX is. This is Jaguar Health, and they signed a memorandum of understanding with lead sponsor of planned Dragon SPAC, SPAC, pursuing a listing on AIM Italia, providing the Dragon SPAC with exclusivity for a proposed business combo with NAPO. And so we're watching that. Here's the pullback I talk about a lot, and this is, again, what I'm going to be looking for at the opening bell is a variation of this strategy. Again, what we have here, team, is we have a drop, a break of that previous high, and then we have a pullback. You know, I love buying these little pullbacks. I didn't catch this one, obviously. It bounced too fast. But this is effectively what we're going to be looking for at the opening bell. I want to see a drop at the open, a reversal, and then a kind of cup and handle pullback pattern. It's been working incredibly well, and that's what I'm looking for today, too. Yeah, GBR sympathy to CEI. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we talked about that. See if we hold right here at 280s, 275. I think that's a big level. It's got a big range. Let me see if I can find the numbers behind this. All right, so float of 25 million, short float of 6%, cash of 1 million, debt of no debt, I guess. So it's got a short float in there for CEI. It's an energy stock, and so y'all got to be careful with these. Alright, so we're watching CEI. I see another one show up here. AXAS here. AXAS. No, I've never sold options at all. XRP. Yeah, I'm looking at XRP here. Or not. XRP's crypto. My bad. We're looking at JAGX is what I mean. And it's ripping up here. Here's 340s. We did get that little pullback bounce. SPY failing. You can't go wrong with lo-fi. By the way, day trading on a mobile app is hard. I'm all in. SOS. I mean, I think SOS is crypto related, right? So it's going to be, you're basically saying you're all in on Bitcoin. You know, at least from what I understand, right? That's basically what he's saying, right, team? Here's Bitcoin right here. Bitcoin's still sitting at 52K. And I'm going to watch Bitcoin in that dynamic today as well. You know, we got these lifetime highs up here at like 53.20s that we can pay attention to. So we can watch like Riot, Mara, all that stuff. JAGX, still ripping up, still looking pretty solid, to be honest. I like the volume for JAGX. Let me see if I can find the numbers behind this one. This was they signed the memorandum for lead sponsor Plan Dragon SPAC pursuing listing on AIM Italia. Alright, here goes JAGX, guys. It's still squeezing up big here. About 73 million in the float for JIGX, about 5% short float percentage, cash of 1.3 million, debt of 15 million, so almost 15 times more debt than cash for JAGX here. Revenue of 8.3 million. And so, yeah, we'll watch this one. But it's got a lot of debt right now. I mean, short term it doesn't matter. It's just got momentum, and the volume looks really good. Float's not super small, but it's not. It's kind of middle ground float at 73 million. But yeah, we're certainly watching JAGX. It's a big move. Let me see if we find something on the longer term chart for that one actually. But yeah, here's XELA. So we're at the 340s right here. I think the next step above us is 350. You can see 350 did act as resistance a few times. And we're like sitting right underneath that now. We got $4 above us and then 450 here too. And so yeah, we just broke over 350. We'll see if it holds now. So we did break over that big 350 level. I'm going to watch this level too, this 335 level, and then really this level underneath this as well. Maybe like here as a middle ground actually. There's the break over 350s. We'll see if it holds 350 now for JAGX. G-Tech, guys. G-Tech still pushing up some. I want to see if it holds the VWAP. There's 360s. Again, let's see if it pulls back to 350 and actually holds now for JAGX. When you say watch it, do you mean purchase it or wait for them to go down? I mean, I'm never going to say purchase it or buy it. I'm not trying to tell people to buy stocks. And to be honest, that's not a long-term strategy, guys. Like, you might listen to people giving out stock picks and they may encourage you and act like that's like a viable thing. Like, in the end, there's always going to be a conflict of interest there. And like, giving out stock picks is one of the most toxic and predatory cultures in trading as a whole. And so, you know, in the end, you got to learn to trade yourself. Taking picks from some guy on the internet is never going to end out well for you. You're just going to lose a lot of money and probably be pretty depressed about it. You know, and so my advice to you is don't follow anybody like that. You know, do your own thing, figure it out yourself, and try to you don't have to figure it out yourself. You can learn from other people, and you can learn from my strategies and patterns, and that's really what it's for. But like, just randomly trying to buy when somebody else buys, it's never gonna work long term. People don't get rich from that. Like I said, it's one of the most predatory and toxic parts of the trading culture, is stock picks and signals and all that stuff. JAGX is pulling back, so like I said, it did pull back to 350. We'll see if it actually holds 350 now. And so here's the 350 pullback. Again, I would take this trade, but I'm not really trying to get involved with this early. I'm gonna wait for the opening bell. Buy the dip always works. Hey, buying the dip works 20% of the time, 100% of the time, guys. Hey, there's the bounce at 350. You know, when you know, you know. Look at QUIK here. This is one I didn't really see this morning, but look at this rip. I'm curious about this one. The float has got to be incredibly small. Look at QUIK here. What a crazy range right now. This thing is up like 300%. Or it was up 300%. It's still up pretty big percentages, like 80% or something. About 11 million in the float, so it's still a pretty small float. It's not like, you know, it's not like G-Tech or anything, but it's still a pretty small float at 11 million. Cash of about 24 mil, debt of about 18 million, so about, you know, not the best, but not the worst. Revenue of 9 million, barely any short float that I see for QUIK, which means it's probably hard to borrow. And so we're watching this. I mean, in the end, it's got to fight its way back, get over this 13 level, and then actually hold that level of support. Alright, so it's still pulling back to 350s, guys, for JAGX. Again, I mean, I think it's a big level. We'll see if it actually holds there or not. SHIP, how the F do you draw that line so easy on TOS? You just go to price level right here, and then you double click. You know? Yeah, I don't know about AVGR, SOS, GTHX. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at a few of these. Like I said, we'll see if this holds 350. SOS is just dumping down. And again, most of this is crypto related, if I remember correctly. SOS is an offering? Was that what it is? Are they really hitting you with another offering right now? Didn't they already do like 2 or 3 offerings? Let me see. Okay, yeah. 8.6 million unit registered direct offering at $10. So yeah, that's what it is. It's an offering. Didn't they just do an offering though, or am I getting my stocks mixed up? Okay, on the 12th, the company announced the pricing of 110 million registered direct offering. What's up, Rob? I got weak hands. This guy has a loser's mentality. I mean, diamond hands, hold the line, YOLO. You know, what's your price of GameStop, sir? You still holding GameStop, man? You know? Come on. And then in the end, people try to shame you into making dumb decisions with your money. The reality is, you're your own best advocate. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna be the one that protects yourself the most. The people telling you never to sell, or that, oh, that's just a loser's mentality, or you know, whatever they want to say. You know, oh, this guy doesn't really make money. You know what I mean? Most of the time, those are people that don't like the truth, in my words. You know, you speak the truth, people get upset about it. It hurts to hear, I think, sometimes. And, you know, especially with the whole diamond hands. You know, people were telling me diamond hands with GameStop back at like 200. And they were getting mad at me. They were calling me a hedge fund spy at like 200. Where's GameStop at now? When GameStop drops another, you know, huge percent, another 75%, silence. You don't hear anything from them. You know what I mean? They change the subject, go to something else. You know, but what the reality is that I know what I'm talking about. You know, I've traded for years and years, probably longer than most of these new influx of Wall Street bets traders. And I'm not mad at them or making fun of them. I'm just saying the reality behind trading and see it for what it is. And with that said, I mean, I've made money every day this week. I haven't lost any day this week. I've lost in a trade, but I haven't lost any. I haven't ended the day red any day this week as well. So I think I'm doing pretty solid. Here's CEI. It's back over 280s. You're promoting early stocks. When did I say buy anything though, brother? Like, here's the difference, right? If I make a watch list, I'm just making a watch list of the most voluminous stocks. I'm never telling you to buy these stocks. Like, most of these stocks are realistically going to fail. Most penny stocks as a whole, under $10, are just terrible companies. You know what I mean? Like, most of these are going to fail. You know, and you can get bought into the whole stock pick culture and the hype and then all that stuff. That's cool. But, like, in the end, most of these are going to fail. It's just the reality behind it. Paper beats rock. Hey, paper hits. Toilet paper hands. YOLO. You know, the rich get richer. You know. Hit me with your favorite cliched saying in the chat team. Here's GPS showing up. All we do is win. GameStop to the moon. Diamond hands GameStop. You know. GBS. Pulling into Walker, Louisiana, no self-service. Hey, my family's from, or some of my mom's side is from Walker. My Mimi, as we call them in Louisiana, is from Walker, Louisiana. I grew up in Walker. Waiting for the silence when AMC goes up. Hey, listen, if AMC goes up, I'll be silent. Or I won't be silent. I'll admit I was wrong. But, yeah, like I said, in the end, guys, the reality of it is, hey, look, there's AMC. You know, AMC is moving up. So, hey, maybe I was wrong with AMC. It's very plausible. You know what I mean? It's very plausible. I think GameStop popping up maybe is going to cause AMC to go up. Or that, or they release some catalyst. Let me see. SEC considers requiring more transparency from short sellers after GameStop saga. What's the catalyst for AMC? Or is it just getting pumped up by Wall Street bets again? I don't mind taking it on the upside, to be honest. But do I think it's going to hold these gains? Absolutely not. I mean, realistically, AMC, if you guys remember me about AMC, I wasn't the most critical of AMC. I was more so critical with GameStop. Really, I kind of defended AMC because I think if you're going to trade AMC longer term, it doesn't seem terrible longer term. And again, if you guys have watched this stream for a few weeks, my logic behind that is that we're in the middle of a pandemic. And so, of course, AMC is going to be down. But, like, once the pandemic and the economy start to roll back to normal, I think AMC is going to get a jump back up. Now, if and when, who knows? I think it's going to be a longer-term investment. I don't know what's going to happen short-term with it. But, like, that was kind of my logic with AMC. I was more so critical about GameStop because I think GameStop is a terrible company. You know, doesn't, obsolete, failing business model. You know, so my criticism was mostly meant towards GameStop as opposed to AMC. Although I do think a lot of young traders got involved with AMC and they're bag holding it from the 10s, you know, the 11s, the 12s, the 15s. And so, you know, I still think it's got a long way to go there. Right. Y'all realize I'm doing day trading. All I care about is technicals for the most part. I'll look at a catalyst to see what sparked a move. But, like, for the most part, whoa. There we go. But for the most part, I'm a day trader, guys. So, like, I'm just trying to day trade. That's it. That's all I'm trying to do. You know? Now, here's AMC, though. And again, I'll buy this one at the open if it looks good. Hold on, let me catch back up on the chat. I bought AMC at 15. And here's the reality, right? There's so much emotion wrapped up into stocks. Like my man Ricardo or whoever it was that like got really upset and kind of like started getting weird with me. There's so much emotion wrapped up in a lot of these because people are just bag holding it from obscenely high prices, right? And so there's so much emotion wrapped up into GameStop and AMC that any spike people are going to see as, oh, wow. You know what I mean? Like, even when GameStop was doing this, it would be like diamond hands. It would be like, hold the line. Diamond hands. Hold the line. Diamond hands. Hold the line. So it's like any small pop, people are super weird about it. They get super excited when the reality is the long-term trend is down. Now, again, with AMC, I was less critical in this. GameStop, on the other hand, which probably is going to be moving with AMC. Yeah, there's GameStop popping up. I think a lot of traders are getting really excited right now, thinking maybe we're going to have another run. And listen, maybe we will. But I just think there's so many bag holders that are in this thing from $200, $300, $400 that, you know, it just clouds their judgment. You know, is the best way to explain it. It just clouds their judgment. Same thing with AMC. And I wish them the best. I don't wish them to lose, you know. But it certainly clouds their judgment. And it's one of those things where people get really emotional and weird and insulting if I have a different view. The reality is, if I have a different view in a stock, it shouldn't bother you that much. Like, people, stock trading is subjective. Nobody really knows what's going to happen. So if you're literally mad at somebody for having an opposing view, you're probably really emotional about the trade. You know what I mean? And that's just the truth in trading, and I see it all the time. But we're watching AMC, certainly. I also see AKER show up. Here's AKER getting some volume and movement here. And then we've got AVGR showing up a little bit as well, but it's still falling. Paper Hands John, thanks for sharing your wisdom. Love your channel. Hey, thank you. VGAC. Paper Hands. Yeah. VGSOS. Do you have any recommendations for long term? I mean, not really. Diamond Hands. I knew I was right. Subjective, objective, plausible outlier. Yeah. We all have our own filler words. Those are mine. I'll be alright. If it bothers you that much, hey, you know, they got other streams, bro. Man, I couldn't have said that any better regarding AMC and GameStop. Good point, my friend. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said, everybody is bag holding this thing. You know, not AMC, really. AMC still, kind of. And we got a lot of, like, traders saying that they were bag holding AMC and GameStop. But, again, long term, I think AMC will do better than GameStop. Again, where it actually heads, genuinely have no idea. But we are getting some volume in there. No, I like it. Yeah, subjective, objective, plausible outlier. Hey, those are my words, bro. I'm gonna get a T-shirt that says just subjective, objective, plausible outliers. See if I can make a sentence with all 4 words, and then I'll make a T-shirt with it. What? Wait, are we having issues with YouTube? Hey, remember, yeah, you guys, y'all hit the subscribe button. YouTube keeps logging me out. It's acting honestly really weird, team. I guess my fear is somebody's hacking into me, which is, I guess, the bigger fear. GameStop has no viable future right now. Yeah, for sure. Billion with a B. Yeah. GameStop has no competition, though. Yeah, they do. GameStop, listen, the retail gaming space is dead. You know, you might say, oh, GameStop sells other stuff aside from video games, retail. But, like, the only reason people buy that other stuff is because they go to GameStop to buy video games. Once the video game space moves over to digital downloads, which it kind of already is, nobody's going to go to GameStop anymore. It's going to fail completely. You know, it's obsolete at this point in time. I haven't bought a physical video game in years. You know what I mean? GameStop was losing money before this big pump in GameStop. GameStop was losing money every quarter for years and years. You know what I mean? So it's like, GameStop, people act like GameStop is something that needs to be saved for the gaming community. GameStop was terrible to the gaming community. They ripped us off. You know, I play video games. I don't like GameStop. KOSS is popping back up too. Look at KOSS here, team. What the heck, man? I'm having some weirdness with YouTube, guys. Hold on. Luckily, I'm still streaming, but man, it's weird right now. Hey guys, I might have to change my information here. Hold on one second. Yeah, so y'all bear with me for 1 second, guys. I might have to switch my info. What do I want to do? I'm ranking in everything here. There we go. Alright. Been tuning in for a few weeks. Yeah, for some reason it keeps logging me out of my YouTube channel, which is very strange. I'll probably have to change my password real quick. Hold on 1 second, guys. I guess I'll wait. For sure, GameStop will still have consumers for the cool stuff they sell, but it's a downtrend given how the gaming industry is going. Microsoft wants to go completely digital with gaming. Yeah, for sure, and I think that's the future. Like, I think that's what people are going to do. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's what people are going to do. And I think that's the future. Alright, at least it's keeping me logged in now. That's weird. I think the gaming industry is obviously going to be, the future is obviously digital. And I think that the digital space is going to destroy GameStop. Because what do people need GameStop for? You don't need GameStop as a middleman at this point in time. A large majority of people buy digital copies from, you know, either Google Play or Microsoft Store. And so even if Microsoft is working with GameStop now, there's no future in GameStop. The only future is if Microsoft actually buys GameStop. That's plausible, and that might work. Hey, there's my word again, plausible. But, like, that might actually happen. And that's why I'm saying plausible, because that's kind of what it means, is that it's possible. But GameStop buying, or GameStop getting bought out by Microsoft or some big corporation like that, or Google, that's more likely. And maybe if that's the case, it'll go up. But, like, if GameStop does not get bought out, if it doesn't get acquired by some other bigger company, then the GameStop model as a whole is going to die. And the reason it is because, again, even if they're partnering with GameStop at this point in time, the reality is eventually they're going to cut out them as the middleman. They don't need them. They don't do anything, right? Eventually Microsoft is going to say, hey, I'm going to sell these games for myself. I don't need GameStop in the middle getting involved. And so the future of GameStop, you know, is not looking that great. Even if GameStop switches to purely online, they got to compete with Walmart. They got to compete with Walmart, with Amazon. You know, it's going to be a tough market for GameStop. Look at AMPG. I'm still looking at G-Tech here. We're still watching it. I'm at Walmart trying to enlighten the kid checker to buy stocks, and he says MS is buying GameStop. Hey, maybe he is, you know, or maybe it is, bro. Like I said, that's the only way GameStop survives the long term, in my opinion, is if it gets bought out. You know, maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's the only way it survives long term. JAGX just dumped all the way back down, guys. Look at this. It just crashed all the way back down for JAGX here. I'm still looking at AVGR too, but it's falling back down as well. GTech is still one I'm watching, or GTech, GTEC. QUIK still down. CO popping up. A few people talked to me about HEPA today, but I think the float's going to be too... I don't know. Let me see what the float looks like for HEPA. I've had a few people mention this one. 31 million in the floater, about 32 million, 70 million market cap, cash of 13 million, debt of 810k. So good cash to debt. It's a reasonable float. It just needs more volume. If I'm going to trade it, it needs more volume. Another people were talking about TRVG, Trivago. Now, you know, this one, I think long term, the future of this one is going to struggle as well. You know, maybe I'm wrong though. This is a traveling website, but I think there's a lot of competition, and I don't know. Look at TTNP. TTNP is back up here. It's at 430s. We're watching that. No offense, Zeeks. I mean, I'm gonna talk about whatever somebody, you know, whatever I want. To be honest, no offense to you. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but like I'm gonna talk about whatever I want, bro. In the end, like I said, I'm just talking about questions. Like GameStop and AMC are pushing up some, and so. You know what I mean? Like, we're watching these, but they're relevant right now. You know, AMC, GameStop popping up, and then obviously we started talking about the future of GameStop. But I think it's an interesting conversation, regardless. Like I said, I'm looking at a few of these other ones, but I want to see them hold their gains. And again, what I'm really looking for, team, at the opening bell, is drops at the open. So I want to see drops at the open and then reversals, breaking those previous highs, and then trying to buy a pullback is really what I'm going to try to do. Let me know if I'm missing anything that's moving. I don't think I am. AVGR is dumping down. GTech not really holding. JAGX just completely dumped on us. TTNP, this one's not looking bad. It's just got to hold the VWAP. And then we got a few other ones. Yeah, trust me, bro. Yeah, we're all good, Zeke. Like I said, man, I'm tired of talking about it too. But if it's relevant to the market, I gotta talk about it, you know. After 3 years of my wife telling me my Ethereum miner was a waste of money, I finally have proof of concept. Hey, do your thing, man. Hey, good morning, Alec. Yeah, I'm looking at ONTX. We're watching it. Looking at CEI, ONTX, AVGR, GTEC, QUIK, baby. ONTX, it looks like the float's a little bit too large for me, though. TTNP, pulling back to the VWAP. We got a lot of stuff that we're watching. I'm gonna try to catch all this stuff, but there's so much that we're watching and looking at that it might be hard to. Home Depot lows, LKCO. I mean, I don't mind that little dynamic with Home Depot. What's Lowe's symbol? Isn't Home Depot HD? Yeah, and I mean, because of Texas, which is where I am, Home Depot moving up, that's a nice little sympathy play. And I think, like, listen, I think if you're getting involved with trading, okay, and I think if you're getting involved with trading and you're looking for ways, if you're looking for sorry. So I think one of the most obvious ways to trade is looking for sympathy plays like this. All right, and I think if you want to get involved with trading, if I was getting involved with trading again, I wouldn't immediately go to day trading. I think day trading is going to be very difficult. But I think there's sympathy plays that you can take advantage of that have a very high percentage chance of success. And with that, I think stuff like Home Depot and Lowe's right now, and waiting for big market catalysts, like waiting for big news and big stories in the market, and then playing off of those stories with short-term either swing trades, maybe I guess you could day trade them. I think that is the best chance of success if you're not going to invest in trading. I think taking positions like this, saying, okay, and I'm glad you brought it up, to be honest, because taking positions like this and saying, okay, Texas is flooding and struggling and having all these issues, Home Depot and Lowe's will probably go up in sympathy from that. I think that's one of the easiest ways to get started in trading is by looking for those stories and taking advantage of obvious ones like this. And I think people are going to have a lot better success doing this. When they first get started. And that, like I said, if I could start over again, that's what I would try to do, is get involved with those type of sympathy plays. I'm also looking at TLRY. You can see it's bouncing at that previous closing price. What is cannabis doing? I'm still looking at SNDL, same thing. ACB, same thing. So we're watching some of these as well, but what's AMC end up doing, man? AMC, big pullback now. TD Ameritrade always says I don't have enough buying power with OTC stocks. Any idea why? You have to wait 2 days for your funds to settle after each trade if you have a cash account. So you might not have the equity to trade, is what I'm guessing. ADXS spiking up. We have IMAC spiking up. BPTH, GTech, GBS. GTech's back up here. Look at GTech. Very small float. GTech has like a 1.2 million float, so it's incredibly small. Sitting at 24 right now, right around 24. And so I'm certainly watching GTech today just based off of the movement. It closed yesterday at 755. It's sitting at 24 roughly right now. So crazy movement here. We also have USWS, JAGX. We got a lot of things that ripped up originally and then crashed back down. And those include like JAGX, TTNP, RIGL, BTGN. We got a lot of stuff like this. SUPV, AMC at this point in time is kind of down as well. And again, it's like I said, man, I think we got so many bag holders that are in GameStop and AMC from obscenely high prices that any small pop, people get really excited, but I doubt most of this is going to hold. And really, AMC's at pre-pump levels, So this is where it was before the pump. And like, you know what I mean? We're in that range right now. SFTW 2 million float on 400 million cap. Yeah, this was not too bad. Let me see. What's the float? Is it really a 2 million float? I'm not showing that for SFTW. I'm showing 40 million in the float, which, to be honest, judging by the range and the movement, it doesn't look like a 2 million float to me. It looks like a 40 million. Maybe somebody in the chat can help us out here. But yeah, SFTW, guys, I'm showing 40 million, 38.4 million, really. But around 40 million in the float. And to be honest, again, based off of how it looks, there's not a huge range here. And so it's probably not a 2 million float stock. Maybe I'm wrong, though. I could be wrong. But I'm showing 40 million here. It could have recently been diluted some. That could be the reason why we show different things. CEI, we're going to see if this holds over the VWAP, really is what we want to see. Pre-pump levels would theoretically be safer to trade. Sure, yeah, with AMC, what I'm trying to say, though, guys, is that you got a lot of people that are holding AMC and GameStop from obscenely high levels. And so anytime it spikes, they get really excited, but I don't mean to be a buzzkill, but it's like, it's probably over. I mean, again, it's at pre-pump levels. So like the movement it does now, it's probably not going to be a big parabolic rise like it was a few weeks ago with GameStop and AMC. It's probably just not. And I think they follow each other. I was also looking at EXPR, which moved a little bit today, I guess off of sympathy. SFTW, 1.6 million in the float. Really? So maybe I am wrong. But it doesn't look like that, does it? Am I wrong? SFTW it doesn't look like a tiny float like that. Let me look this up somewhere else. I'm showing 40 million in the float for SFTW. Yeah, I'm showing 1.6 million in the float. Let me see if it was recently diluted or something like that. Okay, so this is Black Sky confirms it's going to go public through a merger with SFTW. It says business combination agreement expected to provide 450 mil of net proceeds to combined company for SFTW. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, to me, it doesn't look like that small of a float. But maybe I'm wrong. I guess I am wrong in that regard. Somebody else asked me about 8UUD. Not enough volume for me here. Here goes AMC. I mean, AMC's back over 620s. We'll see if it actually holds now. Alright guys, we got 7 minutes, team. 7 minutes. Yeah, me too. Saving up to actually buy affordable games. Amazon buying AMC. Yeah, we'll see. They've been rumoring Amazon buying AMC for a year. Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, it's Benzinga, Chris. Yeah, it's Benzinga scans on the left. Yeah, 4 million volume, 38 million outstanding shares. Alright, so. Hey, thank you, Ezzy. I appreciate that. Jason, that has been a rumor since 1972. Yeah, I'm watching AMC certainly today. I mean, it's certainly one to watch. But again, I think I don't want to be a buzzkill in the end, but like again, I think a lot of people get really excited on any site small pop in AMC and GameStop, and I think that what you gotta understand is that these huge parabolic runs are probably over. Maybe they're not, but don't get your hopes up too much, team. In my opinion, at least. Still watching TTNP, still watching USWS, still watching G-Tech, really. But these have been mostly sideways. Just a lot of stuff to move and watch today, guys, so should be a fun day. Let me know your favorite stock in the chat right now. GameStop hearing us today. Yeah, I mean, SOS, DPW, G-Tech, INMN. INMN is a... yeah, it's too expensive for me, I think. OBLG. CEI, we're watching AVGR. Yeah, there's CEI push up as well here, so CEI is trying to break up here. Break on the upside. We'll look for like 280s, maybe 3. But we got some resistance at 290 here as well, so we'll see if we get over those levels. Is Amazon officially buying AMC? Let me see what the catalyst here is for AMC. Yeah, I don't see So somebody posted an article that said the top 20 trending stocks on Wall Street Bets as of Thursday were PLTR, GameStop, Riot, Tesla, Apple, BlackBerry, Afria, Tilray, Sundial, Marathon, QuantumScape, Neo, AT&T, AMC, Disney, AMD, man, they're trying to pump up some big float stocks. Wall Street bets, hey, let them do their thing, I guess. I guess they're probably looking for highly shorted companies is really what they're most likely looking for. Yeah, I don't see any news for AMC though, guys. If you know why AMC's moving, let me know, because I don't see anything. Yeah, I get it, bro. SOS, I get it, dude. Chill, man. If SOS is squeezing up, great. If SOS isn't doing anything, yeah, I mean, SOS is down on the day, bro. You know? Why are you yelling SOS, dude? What's the purpose of yelling SOS? It's down on the day. It's still noticeably red on the day, you know? PVL, MOTS. Yeah, MOTS is pushing up a little bit. JAGX is trying to fight its way back. AMC raised $1 billion to stay open, but they sold half of the stock to get it. Yeah. How do you determine what your expected gains and losses are? Like, how do you know when to get out and not to be greedy, and how do you know when to cut losses? I mean, you just got to build a trading plan before you enter. So you need to know where your risk is, where your reward is. I usually use historical levels to determine all of that stuff, where my risk is, where my reward is. And then I just build the plan before I enter the trade, and then I just follow that plan so I'm not super emotional and I just know exactly where I need to get in and out. A lot of new traders get in stuff because it looks good, but like the reality is you need to build like a thorough trading plan before you get into it, and as time progresses and you get your reps in as a trader, it'll become easier and easier to do that faster. LKCO is popping up. We'll see what happens at 250 right here. So here's 250. So you're saying there's a chance. 30% chance of winning 30% of the time. LKCO, we're watching that. Hey guys, the bell's about to ring in 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. Let's do this. We're going to switch this over to regular. Get ready for the market open, guys. Good luck. Get all my stuff ready here, team. Good luck. Let's try to make some money today. Alright guys, here's the bell. 20 seconds. Good luck. Watching CEI at the opening bell. We're going to watch a bunch of stuff here, but... Alright guys, there's the bell. Good luck, team. Alright guys, I'm seeing MOTS, guys. MOTS show up on the scans. MOTS. Here's MOTS here. There's MOTS. It's at 216s, 215s. SUPV is showing up, guys. Look at that SUPV. ANTE is trying to move up some a little bit. We got CBAT trying here. GTech is pulling back down some. So this is the only trade I've really got into today. We're going to look at AMC as well, guys. AMC trying to fight its way back over $6 here. Here's $6. We're looking at that for AMC. At EPIX PHCF showing up. And here's GameStop with a big drop and a big dump down here. GTech pushing back up. Here's 23s, 24s. Look at PHCF. PHCF is pushing up some. But GTech, guys, making this big push here. This is what I'm watching. I'll buy a few shares if I can and we have something that looks good. There's GTech up to 24. I want to see it hold 24. I'll buy a few shares and you know, see if we can make some money quickly from it. IPDN, guys. Look at IPDN. IPDN is showing up, guys. Look at IPDN. It's making moves here. Big dump on G-Tech, so I'm glad I didn't get in it. I was looking to see if it held at some of these levels, but a big crash here. I don't mind buying this little pullback, though, to see if it holds. I just don't want it to reverse break lows and then dump on me really fast. That's always possible, to be honest, with these really small float stocks. Man, let me change this music. Alright, so we're still watching this. 2270s. Okay, yeah, it's I don't like that anymore. Look at ANTE, guys. ANTE moving up. Not enough volume for this one, though. Still watching G-Tech here. Watching LCKO. Looking at VTGN. What did AMC end up doing? Here's AMC ripping up big here, guys. There's 6. We'll see if it pulls back to 6 and holds. If it does, maybe I'll take some. We got GRNQ. GRNQ's moving up. Look at PHCF, guys. PHCF. It's up to 7s. Look at AVGR. Alright, we're with 100 shares of AVGR here. 100 shares, pretty small position. I just want to see if we break over that 250 and rip, specifically targeting the VWAP area. G-Tech did hold, guys, so G-Tech did hold there. And we're watching, again, we're watching this 250 level. Now, there's 250s. Alright, we're in 100 shares here. It's got to get over this level, though, team. There we go. Alright, we just sold half here. We're gonna ride the rest up. I'm also in G-Tech right now, guys. So I'm in G-Tech. Alright, we got out of most of that here. In G-Tech, we sold most of the position in G-Tech, but it's such a small trade, I'm not super worried about it. Oh, G-Tech, I'm getting out the rest. Pretty close to break even right now. Yeah, so we got out almost break even. Alright, so we got out of that for AVGR. Here's G-Tech. We actually made money on the trade, though, because we were down on G-Tech before this. And this dump on G-Tech's a little bit too scary for me. Here's ZKIN. What's AMC end up doing? So AMC pulling back to 6 like we wanted here. I'll buy a little bit. Nothing too crazy. I want to see if it holds $6. And if it doesn't hold 6, we'll jump out of it. We're in with 50 shares. We'll see what happens. Look at MTC, guys. MTC. There's 14s. Got out half of there on AMC. So we did hold 6. Under 610s and I'll get out of the rest. USWS is trying here. Look at USWS. It's trying to make a move up. Look at AVGR, guys. Alright, we just got out of that for AMC. We're also in USWS here. Alright, I got out of half of USWS. We're catching this one too. Holding 50 shares left. Alright, we got out another half of that. And we're probably just going to dump the rest there. So, yeah, so nothing but green this morning, guys. I haven't lost yet. Alright, so to put it into perspective, I made some on USWS. I made some on AVGR. I made some on... What else did I trade? I made my money back on G-Tech. I was down a little bit, so we basically broke even there. Oh, and I made some money on AMC. So, yeah, we're up pretty nicely early on. Got a lot of good scalps in the books. And Yeah, I'll certainly take it. How are you guys doing right now? But yeah, so we made our money and we're out of these. Again, no losses since the bell rang, at least. You look at USWS though. Here's USWS. There's 3 17s. So we caught this move too. AVGR pulling back some. I need to see it over the VWAP. CNET, guys. Look at CNET. CNET squeezing up pretty big here. USWS, guys, is just hammering up though. Look at this. Wow. So USWS is ripping up big. Not a bad little round of trades though, guys. Like I said, I haven't lost since the open, and we're up pretty nicely so far, very quickly. There's USWS. It's up to 330. See, I wonder if this was a moving average crossover. Kind of. So we did get a little bit of the moving average crossover there. Look at ELYS. SCKT, guys. Look at SCKT. One of the crazy movers the last few days. SCKT is popping up. It's at 13s. What did AMC end up doing? So AMC still trying to hold 6. USWS, guys, making big rips, big squeezes. And I talked a lot about what I was getting involved with this morning. And again, we broke these highs and we pulled back and I bought it. We wrote it up. Same thing I talked about this morning at the opening bell. I see EBON squeezing up pretty big as well, guys. A lot of craziness, to be honest, at this point. There's a lot of big moves here. The one that I struggled the most with was GTech, but I actually still made some money on it. If you remember, I was down already on this one today, so I actually made, I basically broke even, but yeah, USWS is going crazy. Look at QUIK here. FINV, ELYS. It's crazy. Not crazy, but voluminous. CEI. I'm looking over 280s for CEI. Okay, QUIK is halted. TLRY, cannabis stock. I asked 1,000 times about USWS. Yeah, I mean, but I'm not going to be able to answer every question, brother. I talked about USWS this morning, man. You know, you just weren't here for it. But I talked about that one first thing in the morning. Here goes USWS now. And in the end, guys, like I said, you can't rely on me anyway. Like, it's not my responsibility to tell you guys about everything. That's not a reasonable, expectation of me. I'm trying to trade and do my own thing and run this stream and do all that stuff. So, I know sometimes with FOMO you can kind of blame other people for it, but realize that's just frustration on your part, because in the end I have no obligation to tell you guys about anything. And I'm gonna miss moves myself half the time too. I'm trying to keep track of everything. GTEC's pushing up. There's 24. ELYS is making moves. Here's SUPV. I want to see if GTech breaks this level. I mean, GTech has the potential to go absolutely crazy if it breaks these highs up here at 25s or 26s. And the reason for that is because the float is incredibly small for GTech here. Incredibly small. Look at WNW as well, guys. SUPV is the one that's showing up on my scanners the most. Looks like a very small float here. It's your responsibility. Tell me everything. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, appreciate it, James. Thank you, brother. Yes, sir. Hey, we're growing fast, man. But yeah, thank you, brother. Appreciate the support, dude. But yeah, SUPV, guys. We'll see if it holds at this 250 level. It's pulling back to the VWAP here, so really it's not 250, it's 255. But we'll see if we bounce here or not for SUPV. To be honest, the volume's not good enough for me at this point for SUPV. We're still watching it though, and there's the bounce. GTech, here it goes. So GTech's trying to break these highs, guys. And remember, this is a 1 million float stock, an incredibly small float, and it does have crazy potential if this thing does start to rip. So here's 26s that we talked about. My guess is that we'll probably get halted if we hold. If we hold this and start testing this pre-market high here with a 1 million float, my guess is that we'll probably get halted. You never know for sure, but that's my guess. Here's a rip down to the $25. I'm trying to watch. This could also reject, just to be honest. This could reject at 26, but if it gets over 26 and holds, I could see some craziness happening. You never really know, but that's what I'm watching for GTEC. We're at 26 now. ZKIN's trying. USWS is pulling back some. So you want a Subway? What you want on it? Lettuce and spinach? Yeah, I like meatball. Ooh, yeah. Hey, guys. Like I said, it could reject at 26 too, which is exactly what it did. Y'all be careful. It didn't hold 26s, unfortunately. And look, there's the rejection. So y'all be careful. It's getting halted right now. This is a halt on the downside. So yeah, y'all be careful. We are halted now. Some big trader just unloaded a huge position in GTEC. So my question is, what big traders are trading this? Because that's what caused this big flurry of chaos in this drop, is that somebody unloaded a huge position really, really fast. This wasn't just a normal squeeze. This was a huge position unloading. To me, it looks to be about 700,000 shares. So somebody unloaded a big position just now and halted GTEC. Craziness, guys. Craziness. Y'all be careful. You know, very shady. Squeeze down. Not really shady. I mean, it's nobody's fault, but somebody unloaded a big position. Look at QUIK. Watching that. Is this halted too? Yeah, it is. PHCF. Squeeze it up really big here for PHCF. IBGR rejected at the VWAP, but man, GTech is halted, guys. Look at VTGN. It's also edging towards these highs up here. I also want to see if USWS holds. So here's USWS. I want to see if it holds this $3 level. This is kind of the line in the sand. A big rejection for USWS. It looks to be over with. LMNL is spiking up, guys. PHCF keeps showing up on my scanner, and it got halted and resumed, I guess is why. But to me, there's just not enough volume here for PHCF. This one's, I don't like this one at all. It doesn't look like USWS is holding threes either. Hey, nice Sean. He said, bro, since last year, as a beginner, you helped me make 5K. Hey, congrats, brother. After you're done, please give us the winning lottery numbers while you're at it. You know, 12, 23, 72, 59, and 36. You know, you're welcome. You know, but yeah, but we're watching some of these here. Here's FLNT pushing up. I'm curious about when GTech's going to resume. So here's 22. Can you explain why a big trader unloading drives the price down where there has to be other people buying the shares? Because selling drops the stock, not buying. You know, selling drops the stock. And really, the stock will drop if a big seller steps in. Like, put it this way, if somebody buys almost 1 million shares of GTech, when they sell that 1 million shares, or not 1 million, I guess, but when somebody buys a huge position in GTech, I don't know how many shares they really bought, but when somebody buys a big position and sell, because the float is so small with GTech, it's got like a 1.2 million float. Because the float is so small, when they unload that position, which is what this was, the drop was so fast that it's not really a squeeze. It didn't really look like a squeeze. What it looked like was somebody had a huge position and just unloaded it. But when they sell that position, because the float is so small, it's more easily influenced by that large position. And so if a big trader gets a big position and sells it, that thing's going to drop huge. And then when this starts to happen, other traders panic and sell, and then it gets halted because of the sheer volume going in. But yeah, I mean, in order for buyers would have to step in, and a lot of buyers would have to step in to stop this thing from falling if somebody unloaded a huge position. Now, again, it's just speculating. You really don't know. But, like, based off of how fast it moved down, it looked like somebody took profits from a huge position, consequently just tanking the stock, making it break lows. Now, maybe the chat can agree or disagree with me there. Again, it's all speculation in the end. But that's what it looked like to me. We should resume here for GTech. In 1 minute, we should resume for G-Tech. Lost 80% of my profits on that flush. Yikes. Yeah, for sure, man. Craziness. Yeah, like somebody has to buy the shares. Sure. 100%, right? But at that time, at that point in time where they sold this position, there were plenty of buyers stepping in there. Like there were plenty of buyers here. The stock was going crazy, breaking previous highs. The volume was super high. There were plenty of buyers to step in right there. You know, that's probably why they sold it, to be honest, is because there was a lot of liquidity and volume there. But again, with a small float like this, the stock is more easily influenced and ultimately manipulated. And so if somebody has a huge position and they're selling it at this high right here where there's a ton of buyers willing to step in, when those orders get filled, it's going to tank the stock. I mean, that's just kind of how it goes with small floats. Again, if we look at the float, it's got 1.2 million in the float. Very small float for G-Tech. The smallest float today, really. Who? Somebody needs a ban? I'll put him in timeout. But yeah, it's got 1 million in the float. Million with an M. You know. Hey, we resumed here though, so we are resumed here for G-Tech. Now let's watch it. You see the volume noticeably died down. Nobody wants to buy it anymore. It's sketchy. It's right around lows of the day, which is the issue. But yeah. Craziness for G-Tech, honestly. Craziness. Look at LKCO as well, guys. Look at LKCO. LKCO is ripping up. I would have taken a little pullback to 250. We just never got it. And G-Tech's breaking lows. Man, why does PHCF keep showing up when it doesn't look that good to me? I don't like PHCF, to be honest. But here's LKZO. What did AMC end up doing? It didn't really hold. Here's LKCO. ANTE. SFTW falling. We're watching G-Tech, but it's basically down on the day now. I'm not trying to mess with that at this point. The best one right now that I see, and I'm not saying it's the best one to buy, I'm just saying it's the most voluminous, it's the one a lot of other people are watching, is LKCO. Now I'm not telling you to buy this thing, I'm just saying this big rip with volume is probably the best at this point. LKCO, 130 million in the float though, so it's pretty large float. Still looking at VTG, and everything else that ripped at the opening bell crashed consequently now. But man, what a crazy open though, guys. This was a lot of movement this morning. That was a big open. Yeah, SUPV. Hey, thank you. I missed that one. But yeah, SUPV is starting to push. Here's 285s. So we're watching that. But to be honest, this one's a little bit too choppy for me. Now, if it breaks this pre-market high and holds, then I might get interested in it. QUIK is resumed. So yeah, look at QUIK, guys. This one's resumed now too. It's at $12. Sorry, bro. That was me on PHCF. I don't like this thing. I'm dead. Yeah. My bad, bro. Made it back on those bounces. Do you think Tesla will break 800? No idea, brother. It was at all-time highs, though, y'all. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of buyers stepping in there. Here's LKCO. I mean, if this one pulls back to like 250s, maybe I'll take a small position there. Maybe. We'll have to wait and see, though, to be honest. Hey, and y'all hit that subscribe button, guys. We do this live for free every day. I had like 5 green trades in a row just now, live on stream. If you appreciate that, hit the subscribe button, click the bell, turn on notifications. Show your support for free content in the trading space where we don't charge for anything. And all of our content is free. And if you appreciate that, hit the subscribe button. You know you want to. Everybody does it. Somebody said my energy's back. It's not that my energy went away. It's that I was at a friend's house the last few days, and I can't really yell at their house and get all hyped like I do. HOTH is pushing up. SUPV is broke over. It did break over that pre-market high. We'll see if it holds support at 285s now. And I'm still looking at LKCO here for like a small dip buy. I'm gonna get it with 25 shares right here. Wait. They restricted LKCO. I can't trade this one. Man, this was the best looking one right now. They restricted it. Closing only orders. Why is this restricted? TOS, why? Somebody help me out in the chat. Why is this restricted? Hey, thank you, Shay. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's messed up, man. It looks good, too. I like it. I like this one, too. Unfortunate, you know. To let hedge funds make money. I'm a hedge fund spy, bro. That's me. I'm a hedgy fund spy. See, I liked it at this pullback, too. It would have bounced. CTRM. Yeah, CTRM's moving. The only issue is that it's a smaller float. That's the issue with it. Is that the float is small. Here's neat. ANTE. See, I really like that one too. I really liked LKCO, unfortunately, and I don't know what happened, but it just didn't hold. Whoa, look at SUPV, guys. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, let's see if this one has a catalyst. Look at SUPV here, team. So we did break that pre-market high. Does anybody see a catalyst here? This is Grupo Supervielle. I don't know. Maybe that's the right way to say it. Sounded right. But SUPV, guys, why is this one moving like this? Anybody know? Hey, thank you, Jason. Appreciate the sub, bro. Welcome to the team, man. Thank you, brother. I got you, bro. Argentina. Yeah, I don't see any catalyst here for this. But crazy rip. Honestly, we'll look for a pullback if we find one. Hey, thank you, Alfred. I appreciate the support, brother. Thank you, dude. 284 is nice, man. Hey, congrats. No news. Volume spike. Third quarter was beat. Third quarter earnings. See, guys, this is why I wanted LKCO. Look at this. I talked about the pullback. Look at the pullback. I just missed it. I mean, I didn't miss it. TOS restricted me. I tried to buy it there. IPDN is spiking up. WBAI is spiking up. GENE is spiking up. LEDS. But yeah, SUPV is kind of the craziness that everybody's watching here. I'm going to look for like 325s as a pullback, but it is a little extended, and we got to be careful for that. LKCO executive order. What? Let me see. Wait, the president signed an executive order for LKCO, restricting trading on it? For what reason, though? Oh, prohibiting investments in Chinese military companies. Okay, understandable. You know, understandable. IPDN trying to hold here. Here's SUPV. Ah, man, I wanted that 325 level. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, man. Man, I was spot on with this level, too. It's just, it's such a huge range at this point. It's a little scary, guys, so y'all be careful. What else we got? We got VIH showing up, ZKIN. All right, here's ZKIN, guys, and I actually got like a message on this one a few days ago. The company, somebody emailed me asking me if I wanted to promote this company, but I'm still kind of mad about LKCO, to be honest here. Here's G-Tech. Alright, so I bought SUPV and I just sold out of it here. I lost $2.40, so I'm keeping my losses pretty small. I tried to buy the pullback there at 325, and we just didn't quite get anything on that one yet. HOTH is breaking highs, and so HOTH is squeezing up and looking pretty solid. Look at MOTS. Look at MOTS, guys. This one's edging closer and closer to highs. And so we're watching that. I want to see if it holds for MOTS here. And a little pullback to like maybe 215 doesn't look terrible. So I don't hate it. We just got to get that pullback. And that's what we're ultimately waiting for and watching here. But we'll see. You know, again, pullback to like here. Maybe like 320s. Doesn't look horrible. And that's kind of what I'm watching at this point. For MOTS. USWS is breaking lows. Here's LKCO here. So, but again, for MOTS, I want to see a pullback to like 220. CTRM. I mean, CTRM. It's not horrible. It's just got a big float. You know what I mean? And so it's going to be harder to trade overall. You know. Alright, so here's the move for MOTS. I did bring attention to it, but we got to wait for a pullback if we're going to get involved with it. Do you have videos on how to set up your TOS? Looks nice and efficient. Not really. I mean, my TOS is pretty simple. I just go to active trader, charts, and level 2. G-Tech is still driving, up or down. Here's G-Tech. So, I mean, it's still driving down, it seems. What do you think of Graham Stephan? Just a generalist business channel. I'm not really against him. I mean, he puts out free content. But I don't really watch him enough to say good, bad. You know what I mean? FLNT. Yeah, FLNT is spiking up to the 740, 750s. Yeah, G-Tech barcoding. I'm still looking at like A and TE. Let's see if it holds. This previous closing price has me somewhat interested here for A and TE. Like you can see 650. That one looks good. But I would need a larger pullback if I want to get involved with it. Wire stock's looking so red lately. I mean, in the end, the SPY is sideways and neutral for today. So I was getting ready to trade futures some, but like look at the SPY here. It's just so sideways. There's nothing to be made there, unfortunately. No joke, Graham stole my YouTube channel name. Yeah, but I think Millennial Money is probably going to be a pretty common name thought about by a bunch of people. And so I would give him the benefit of a doubt. I think that's too broad of a name for other people not to see it and try it too. You know what I mean? Here's CHNR. I just think it's too broad of a name. I think too many other traders are going to be wanting to use that. It's kind of like if I saw somebody else with the channel name Beginner Trading, you know, it's kind of understandable. You know what I mean? The music died. Sorry. I don't really have the music high enough to where I can really listen to it that well. Hold on. I gotta go back to the top. Alright, so here's CH&R. Not enough volume per se. D and K is showing up here. Here's D and K. Getting some volume in. I see MTC showing up here as well. Got a long way to go, and that previous closing price is still up there. I'm looking at CTRM. I'm looking at the SPY too. I want to see some type of trades there, but here's MOTS. MOTS. Alright, so did we ever get that pullback? We kind of did right here at 220s. I'm still kind of mad. I could have had 40 cents a share there. That would have been a beautiful trade. Bear with me, team. I'm in SUPV here. Kind of scalping back and forth. I'm holding 40 shares left. I just want to see if this is going to squeeze. And I'll hold it, letting it, since I'm up so much already. Or up some already. I want to let it squeeze. But I do have to be careful in case it dumps down. But we're at 31s. We're looking good. 33s. Alright. We got another half there. Oof. Did I really get dumped on by that one candle? That hurts. We're still good. I mean, we're green in it slightly. I'm going to let this 20 shares try to fight its way back. It's such a huge range that I don't mind taking a little position here. Look at TTNP, guys. TTNP is squeezing up. It's at 430s. There's 440s. Get a little impatient, to be honest, with this one. Alright, we're just going to make our money, and we'll come back to this one if it looks good for SUPV. But look at TTNP. Another little win, though. Like I said, we've only had one loss after the opening bell. LKCO did look good and bounced exactly where we wanted it to. And this is why I'm watching these levels, team. Like, look at LKCO here. This is the pullback I was talking about. I'm still kind of frustrated I couldn't take it, but what's the point of even letting me look at it if we can't trade it because of the executive order? I guess people got to sell. GBS is moving, but yeah, TTNP is my favorite one right now. I don't know if it's going to continue, but it's the most voluminous at this point. G-Tech ripping back up. I don't know. It looks like getting out of SUPV was the right move, too. Look at this drop. So, avoided that, luckily. Even though it's a tiny win, I'll take the win. TTNP still looking strong here. G-Tech fighting his way back up. I mean, G-Tech's still got a long way to go. It's still below the VWAP. It's still struggling to hold over the VWAP. But I think that, especially now after this VWAP rejection, it's just risky. Again, it's kind of what I said yesterday, which is like, I think you got some bag holders that are way up here that any slight pop, they're going to get excited with it. I wouldn't get my hopes up. You know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it continues, but I wouldn't get my hopes up too much about it. Look at VTGN, and part of me wanted to take this one this morning, but the range was so small, I was just kind of like, nah. And I mean, I would have made 5 cents a share, but I was looking at it like right here. Hoth, HOTH, trying to fight its way over the VWAP here. Here's 340s. Here's TTNP, and honestly, I don't hate this pullback. I'm really considering this pullback. I don't know. The only issue I have with that is that this might be a resistance at 430. But I don't hate that pullback, and I think a lot of traders are going to buy that pullback up. Alright, here's TTNP. Still watching Hoth. It's just got to fight its way back over the VWAP. SUPV is back to the VWAP. I want to see if it bounces at $3. Alright, so TTNP didn't really hold, unfortunately, here. Here's TTNP. I mean, it's trying to, at least. Alright, so I'm trading a little bit of futures here, guys. Here's my futures trading, if you guys want to see it. I'm down a little bit on the day. You see my total P&L right here, so I'm break even, slightly green. I just want to see if the market will flush down a little bit more, break these lows, and give me a good trade. If it gets back over 50, I got to just jump out and take my loss on this one. But I want to see if it's going to break these lows. And so I'm short right now in the SPY. And I want to see if it's going to fall back down. Whoa. Okay, yeah, bad news. All right, so we popped up. I ended up losing on the trade, which we got a big spike up fast. But yeah, it's small. We're down 60 bucks on the day. And we've been making hundreds every day in futures, so we'll come back to it. I will say this though, guys, if you guys want to help support the channel here, there's two different ways. The first one is to go check out Webull. If you open up an account, you get a free stock on Webull. If you deposit 100 bucks, you get another free stock. There's 0 commission stock and options trades, free paper trading. So if you're new, you want to learn, Webull's got free paper trading, 0 commission. You get free stocks just for opening up an account. It's not just signing up. We got a lot of people that try to get free stocks just for signing up with different email addresses. You have to open up an account. And so if you open up an account, you get a free stock. If you deposit 100 bucks, you get another free stock. And there's a lot of benefits to it. If you want to check out Webull, I'll post this link here, and you can help support the channel. Hold on, let me find this link. Yeah, here, check out Webull here. Here's the Webull link. INFI, MOTS. Yeah, I'm trying to catch all these too. Oof. I'm down 150 bucks in futures though. Even though this is my first losing day this week, I'm down 150 bucks. Try to take another loss, but we're bouncing at these lows here. I think I gotta wait for a little bit larger of a pullback in the SPY. You can also check out the description. If you lose the link for Webull, you can check it out in the description and get your free stocks. The other way to help support us, guys, is by go checking out Top Step. And Top Step, one of the biggest questions I get is, how do I get around the PDT rule? Look at CEI, guys. CEI is ripping up big here. We get a pullback. I think we might have already gotten it to 275, unfortunately. But Top Step funds traders in the futures and Forex market. I'm going to buy this. I need more shares than this. Not big enough share size. But yeah, what Top Step does is Top Step funds traders in the futures and Forex market. And so what they do is they give you a demo account. If you can make a certain amount of money with that demo while following the rest of their rules and conditions, then they fund you in the futures market. The base package is $30K. The subscription is 120 bucks for the first month, and then 150 bucks a month after that. And they're going to give you a $30K demo account, a lot of content, a bunch of good stuff. And if you can make $2,000 on that $30K account while following the rest of their rules, conditions, and phases, then they fund you that $30K in the futures market with an 80% profit split. They're regulated in the US. They paid out millions to their profitable traders last year in 2020, over $2 million, and they funded thousands. It's one of the cheapest ways to get started. There's no PDT rule. They're open almost 24/7, and I think it makes sense for traders that know how to trade but might not have that much capital. And again, if you want to check out Top Step and get 20% off, I'll post this link here, and you can check them out. Hey! We just scalped that CEI move. Listen, love this move here for 275. But yeah, here's the link for Top Step. I'll pin that to the top of the page if you want it. But man, how right was I about CEI, guys? Wow. But yeah, we got the bounce. Beautiful trade. Small little win, but hey, we're making our money today in the penny stock game. Again, just to give you a rundown on all the trades I've gotten into today. We traded AMC, scalped it, made a little bit of money. We traded ABGR, scalped it, made a little bit of money. We traded CEI, scalped it just now, made a little bit of money. We broke even on GTech, which is the only losing symbol I have today. We made some money on SUPV, scalped it for a little bitty win, and we made some money on USWS, scalped it for a little bitty win. But it all adds up, and so good day so far. Let me know how you're doing in the chat. I'm certainly happy with the day right now. Hey, GTech breaking lows. MOTS. Yeah, here's MOTS. you explain your favorite scalping strategy? Yeah, I mean, hold on. Sorry, I'm in the futures market if you guys want to see it. And this is Top Step right here, guys. I'm going to try to get out there. So, yeah, I made about $75 just now on that trade. But you can see there's no PDT rule in futures. And they also do it with Forex as well. You can buy market, buy bid, sell bid, all that good stuff. Yeah, so my favorite scalping strategy is really simple. I mean, and you're going to see me use a few different ones. But my favorite scalping strategy is pretty simple. And so usually what it revolves around, and this is what I talked about this morning at the opening bell, is it revolves around reversals, weak opens. So I'm looking for weak opens, reversals, and then pullbacks to the VWAP. Boom. That right there works really well if you can attack it. Let me remove some of these levels here for CEI, and you can see it a little bit clearer. It's kind of like a cup and handle, but you have a red to green move, a reversal, and then a pullback to the VWAP where I'm entering most of the time. And I'm just trying to scalp it. I'm not trying to ride it up for a big high at the daybreak. I'm just trying to scalp it like up to this range right here. And so really all I'm doing is attacking this range. If you get greedy with it, it's not going to work. Like, you got to just scalp these moves, and it works really well if you can have the discipline to do that. Ah, man, my ear hurts. Take this off my ear for a second. TTNP. Yeah, we're watching TTNP. Thanks for videos. Any videos you recommend that further explain that strat, entry points, exits? Yeah, I got a lot of them, bro. Just check out all of my videos, man. Just check out my most recent videos, not my streams, but check out most of those videos. All right, that's rough, Jeff. I'm sorry to hear that, brother. It's called Benzinga, Hisham. Here it is right here. Ear hurts because you're listening to the haters. Nah, I think it's because it presses on my ear. Oof. It presses on my ear a little bit. I don't think I have big ears, but maybe I do because these things hurt my ears. Here's TTNP though. Robinhood marked me as a PDT trader. Is there any platform I can trade on as much? Yeah, I mean, I don't have 25K. You need a cash account though. Margin accounts, you got to follow the PDT rule. Cash accounts, you do not. You can trade as much as you want with a cash account as long as you have the equity to. Do I have big ears? I don't know. Let's see. I don't think they're that big. You know, I guess they kind of could be. I don't know. With ears, I don't think it's whether they're big or small that judges, you know, if they make you look bad. I think it's about proportions and symmetry. And I'll tell you this, my ears are symmetrical. 100%. You know, I got the most symmetrical ears in all the land. TTNP did end up ripping here, guys. So, it didn't really bounce where I thought it would. There's 440s. They are massive, my dude. Hey, listen, I got the biggest ears in all the land. Here's TTNP. We're going to see if it bounces at 440. I want to see if it rejects at 450 too, though. Can I change my margin account to cash account? You can. It takes a little while, though. Here's 440s. You don't because you don't listen much? I mean, I'm not going to be... We got a bunch... I'll leave it at that. People get so upset if you don't answer them. It's like, dude, like, we got thousands of people here every day. Like, I'm not going to be able to answer the chat. There's TTNP. It's back over 450s. We did not reject. I think we got to wait to see if it holds. How do we end up talking about your ears, man? I don't know. Because I wanted to. Yeah, I mean, we got our first little... I mean, listen, we're like 45 minutes into the opening bell. I got my run of trades in. I'm very green today. I've only lost twice all day, and so I'm very happy about that, and we're just kind of hanging out right now. I mean, I got to wait for some better movement, and we got some stuff that is moving okay. Here's AVGR that we're watching. TTNP. Again, I want to see if it holds at 440s, but it did reject 450s, I guess. I think this is the step. I mean, we could look at 440s, or we could look at really this high right here. And so we'll see what happens, but, you know, waiting on that. What should I cook for dinner? Answer me. Hey, listen, you sound like the chat, man. Over the last 3 days, a bunch of people, it's like, there's nothing I can do, guys. We just got too many people here. I'm not going to be able to answer everybody. You got a bunch of people that really need validation. So, like, if they give stock picks, they really need you to, you know, acknowledge that. You know what I mean? And, like, in the end, guys, y'all don't need my validation. Y'all don't. Do your own thing, man. You know? Like, I'm going to make my money. I'm going to trade the trades I want to take, you know? Here's NBY. I want to see if it holds at 150. It's sitting there. This one looks like a really large float stock, though, so I'm not super interested in it. I also see DPW, which I believe is crypto. CRBP spiking up here. I want to see if it holds at the previous close here at 290s. People think they're going to lose their money right away. It's actually a slow and painful process. It really is. I think human ears aren't symmetrical. One slightly lower or higher. It's how we triangulate sound. I mean, that's cool, I guess. I don't know how to respond to that. You might be right. I don't know enough about anatomy to really know if that's accurate or not. So I'm just going to assume you're right, bro. You sound like you know what you're talking about. Here's ZRBP. Let's see if it holds at 290s. ZKIN's pushing up. We got JFU showing up on the scans as well. But yeah, like I said, I got my first round of trades in, and we'll trade some more if we find anything that looks good. But we're running at like 80-90% accuracy today, at least so far. JFU, guys, let's see if it holds 225s. But JFU is the latest rip. I'm a human bat, hey. There have been a bunch of times I've asked questions and didn't get answers. However, the times I've gotten answers that helped profit, keep on keeping on, brother. Yeah, for sure. And I think, like I said, like, you guys got to understand. Like, I stream for 4 or 5 hours, sometimes longer, sometimes 6 hours, right? Like, I'm going to talk about other stuff besides stocks, 100%. I've been talking about stocks all day. I traded live. I talked about a lot of different strategies. There's no way I'm only going to talk about stocks. Right? And so that should be a pretty understandable thing. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not always going to talk about stocks. That's not a reasonable expectation. The other thing is, like I said, there's 1,700 people here, 1,500 people now. I'm not going to be able to answer all y'all's questions. I'm not, you know. And if that bothers you, you know, you're SOL. There's nothing I can do about it. In the end, you got to be mature enough to realize the amount of people that's in here and realize that I'm doing 20 other things right now. So I just don't have time to sit there and go down the chat and answer every single question that somebody asks. It's just not a reasonable expectation, and if you think it is, you're probably a little immature about it, to be honest. But hey, it's all love. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate all you being here. I really do, and I appreciate the support that, you know, is overwhelmingly the majority of people here supporting us. So appreciate the love, guys. Let's keep growing. The channel's been growing crazy lately, so hit that subscribe button, and I'm certainly going to trade some more today. I'm looking at the futures market. The SPY originally broke lows. And it's starting to break lows now, to be honest. Here's the SPY. if it gets down to like 380 something. Here, let's see. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you, dude. Hey, I appreciate the love, guys. Like I said, the supporters are overwhelming. So I made a little bit of money back in the futures market. I'm still kind of watching it. I took advantage of this low break. Here's JFU. Now we are at that 225 level. Man, I wanted this 225 pullback right here, but I didn't quite get it, unfortunately. Yeah. Second rain of the day. Hey, you know me. Snoop Doggy Dogg rapping up in here. I paid good money to hear you talk about only stocks. I know, bro. I'm stealing y'all's free time. Yeah, at least drop a buck to get your question read. Yeah, for sure. Like, if it's a question you absolutely need answered, I mean, listen, super chat's right there. I'll certainly read it then. But if not, don't complain about it, you know. John, why are you not robotic? I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. I try to be a robot. Really, the best traders are robots as it is. So, like, my goal is to be a robot if I can. All right, JFU, big pullback. So looking in hindsight, I'm certainly glad I didn't take that trade. But yeah, we're looking at a few of these other ones. GBS is showing up on my list here. Here's GBS. I mean, that's probably the most common question I get asked, Infinity, about cash versus margin. So don't feel dumb, bro. I mean, like I said, I get that question the most out of anything. And the reality is, if it's a cash account, there's no PDT rule. If it's a margin account, even if it's on a US regulated broker, like I have TD Ameritrade, I don't have a PDT rule if I have a cash account, and I do have a cash account. So like I've traded like 10 times today alone. And so, yeah, for sure. I mean, I can trade as much as I want as long as I have the equity too. Yeah, for sure. It's one of the biggest things. Like, I don't know why people use margin accounts for penny stocks. You don't have to. You can trade as much as you want as long as you have the equity. Like, if you've got $2,000 or $3,000, like, a cash account is usually what you should do if you're trading penny stocks. If you're trading mid and high caps, you're not going to really be able to afford, you're not going to really be able to afford, there we go, got filled. So I'm actually green on the day in futures. So I just made my money back in futures. But yeah, you're not going to really be able to afford mid and high caps. But if you're trading penny stocks, it should mostly be cash accounts unless you have over 25K. I see BRN showing up here. It's at 390s. We're watching that. We're going to see what happens there. G-Tech still didn't do anything. Here's G-Tech. We're waiting for some opportunity at this point in time. We've made our money for the most part today, and we're just waiting on opportunity now. By the way, you were right about the equity. I sorted it out on TD. Thanks. Yeah, no worries, B4. Hey, happy to help, brother. Yeah. Cash, you have to wait for your money to settle, usually 2 days. Yeah, for sure. But it's why I said, like, if you've got over 2 or 3K, like you should be using a cash account, right? Because you can use if you have a $3,000 account, you can use $1,500 one day, $1,500 the next, and then have $1,500 a day basically to trade. And $1,500 per day with penny stocks is plenty. You got to trade smaller, but you should be trading smaller, honestly, if you got a 3K account anyway. Hey, maybe you're right. Shot down. I don't know, brother. Maybe you're right, man. Yeah, I mean, if you have the money, here's the issue, right? And I'll talk about this since the market's a little bit dull right now and we're waiting on trades to get into. But one of the reasons the PDT rule is so ridiculous is because a large majority of traders are going to lose their first few day trading accounts, right? And so if you make a brand new trader save up $25,000 and trade that for your first account, you're basically telling a new trader to lose 25K, right? It makes no sense at all, right? I understand the PDT rule to a certain extent, but again, you have to understand most day traders will lose their first few accounts, right? So if you say, hey, save up 25K and then trade with that, you're basically making a new trader lose 25K. You could say, hey, have better risk management. What new trader has risk management? None of them. They're going to take a bunch of risky, dumb trades with that 25K, and you're basically ensuring a brand new trader loses $25,000. It's why the PDT rule is absurd, and it's really only meant to protect the broker you're using to give them time and funds and all that different stuff. But yeah, it's a ridiculous thing, and it's obvious. It's self-evident, you know. If you understand day trading, like, it's obvious why the PDT rule can be terrible for new traders. SUPV, looking to see if it fights its way back up. G-Tech, we're watching that one too. Hey, later, try. Have a good day, brother. This is TD Ameritrade. Yeah, everything kind of slowed down, guys. I don't see much else moving right now. I mean, alright, so we just scalped a little bit of more money in the futures market. We're up $62. And again, you can see the link pinned to the top of the page if you want to check out Top Step. Yes, I'm literally Jack London. Really, my son's name is Jack, so my son is literally Jack London. And really, my grandfather, we called Jack. He passed away a while back, but yeah, his name was Jack, and so we would always call him Jack London. And now my son has the same name. JFU did reverse and head back up, so JFU's starting to look better, but again, I don't know if I trust it at this point in time. You know, I think the only trade to really get involved with JFU in the last few minutes was here at 230s. Well, yes, TD has the PDT rule. I mean, yeah, but if you have a cash account, there is no PDT rule. It doesn't matter what broker you're using. So for me, in the US, I've got 10,000. I don't have a 25K account, and I don't have the PDT rule. I can trade. I've traded, what, 10 times today? My account's still here. I can still trade. Here's NETE starting to move back up. Yeah, Vishal, bro, you're a scammer. Get out of here, dude. Don't ask us for money here, man. Don't go to people's streams asking to donate money. Like, instant banned, bro. Get out of here, man. Yeah, this market, I mean, scary market right now. Yeah, the SPY is certainly breaking lows, and that's what I've kind of shorted futures with. And so one of the good things about futures is that I can take advantage of these drops, and you can see I made a little bit of money on these drops today in the futures market, but it's been a really good week. Let me see this week. Not bad. I mean, I'm running at 66% accuracy. Here's my P&L. Here's my graph over the last week in futures. Not too bad. You know, not too bad. Solid little week in the futures market. Market's still breaking lows too. So but yeah, really weak market to be honest. The only stock I see right now is BRN. That's it. And it's not really looking that hot either. CAPA? A few people talking about CAPA. I mean, I could look at it. Hey, my brother, do you like EHVFF run today? Hey, thank you for the $7, brother. EHVFF. Are you talking? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not seeing anything show up there. Is it a crypto? Oh, EHVVF. Yeah, this one does look bad. My bad. I had the wrong one. Yeah, so I mean, the run's not bad. I would look at like 50 cents. I mean, that's where I would, if it's a really cheap stock like this, I usually pivot to kind of half and whole dollars, right? So that's kind of what I'm doing here, is just kind of pivoting to half and whole dollars. I don't know which way it's actually going to go, obviously, but like, we have this 50 cents level above us. It had confirmed a few times before that, and so looking at this big chart here, 50 cents is an interesting level. You can see if we extend this to the left, I think 50 cents makes a lot of sense to watch and see what happens there. But again, it's OTC, so it's not quite my wheelhouse. But yeah, I mean, the run-up's not bad. We've been in a nice upward trend, kind of going to a head at 34 cents. So it's not terrible, and I'm certainly not opposed to looking at it. But yeah, we'll watch what happens at 50 cents, and I think that's right above us now. That's what I would look for, at least. Scratching my window? Someone's like scratching my window, man. That's weird. Yeah, no worries. I appreciate the $7, brother. Thank you, man. Shout out to you, dude. Appreciate the love, brother. G-Tech dead. I don't know, man, about G-Tech. It looks dead to me, but, you know, I don't know. Hey, my bad, guys. What I was saying is I don't see anything right now. It's very slow. Do you guys see anything that looks good? Because it seems dull to me right now. We're still waiting. I mean, I'm still trying to find something. MLSS is kind of pushing up. SPY rebounded a little bit today, so the SPY's coming back some. Maybe we'll get some opportunity there. GRTS, METX, MOTS. SFTW, CI. JFU showing back up. Still watching it. We're going to jump in with 100 shares of JFU here. Very small position. Quick drop, though. I'm probably going to bail out pretty soon. I just want to see if it's going to hold at 250 and get a quick surge up from that hold. That's really what I'm waiting for here, at least. There's 53s. We just got out of half, and luckily I took most of the position off. I'm only holding 50 shares now, but I do want to see if it holds. 245 or so is about my risk. Oof. Yeah, we're going to jump out there, try to pile out. Huge drop, so we lost 370s, but we're still very green on the day. First loss in a while, to be honest, for me. And we'll be all right. Now, if it gets back up there, I don't know. It's too choppy. There's a lot of big wicks here, so I'm gonna be careful and tread slowly for it. Riot is starting to come back. Yeah, we can look at RIOT. Look at a BOXL. BOXL is trying to break this previous closing price, so watch that, team. All right, so look at that 346 level. Did reject. Man, thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, y'all shouldn't. Hey, what's up, Yago? Y'all shouldn't have the PDT rule anyway, though, brother. You know, like y'all shouldn't have the PDT rule anyway. If you're not in the U.S., you don't have the PDT rule really. You shouldn't at least. Here's BOXL rejecting. BTGN still doesn't look that bad. I mean, it just has a tiny range is the problem. You know? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not proud of this, but I've traded with unsettled funds at least 20 times in the past month since I've downloaded Webull. Why am I not getting restricted? I don't know, brother. You gotta reach out to them, man. Depends on what kind of account you have. Had a CEI look, another squeeze up, maybe. But it looks still weak to me. Look at USWS is kind of fighting back here. Look at USWS here. We'll see if it's got a long way to go though. I think this one's got to get like over 3s. So it's a long way to fight. No, the PDT rule is not everywhere. I mean, the PDT rule is only if you're in the US, right? Or maybe it's only if you're in a US regulated broker. I guess that's probably what it is. Is it just me or are the markets really bad to trade? I mean, they're not terrible right now. It just depends. Like the SPY looked really weak and it's been just kind of downtrending the last few days. But or I guess yesterday we had a green day. It's been kind of downtrending back and forth, but it's not terrible. I mean, it's not the craziest market I've seen. I'll put it that way. Like I've traded a bunch and like it's not that bad, you know. Yeah, she's probably behind. I don't know how to do that symbol though. Yeah, Amzi, you might be behind on the stream. Like, click the live button. Click the live button. So, click live next to the play button is really what will help. My entire portfolio is red. Look at BOXL. Yeah, BOXL's trying. It's got this previous closing price right here at 340s, but it's also got 350s above us too. So, you know, we'll see what happens. Yeah, I'm not really holding a portfolio. I'm mostly just a day trader. Certainly a slower day. Hey, there's 350 for BOXL. Like I said, let's see what happens at this 350 level for it. It's trying to push. There's the break. We'll see if it holds now. I want to see if it pulls back and actually holds this 350 level. That's what I want to see at least. MBIO is slow and boring and dull. Bro, stop. Alright. One of the things that frustrates me the most, guys, is like if somebody spams the chat and just says the same thing over and over like 10 times, and then when I look at the stock, it looks like this. it's downtrending with no volume. You know, why do you want me to look at this? You know, my guess is you're holding it higher, but it looks boring and slow and dull. I mean, it's pulling back to major support, so who knows? Maybe it rips, but you're spamming me to look at this, bro? Come on. G-Tech still falling. I'm shocked anyone's still bidding on SNDL. Yeah, SNDL is just getting diluted a ton. Like, it's just so much dilution here. You know? Yeah, I mean, SNDL, if it gets super cheap, maybe I'll diversify into it with cannabis plays, but I don't know. BOXL. Yeah, we're looking at BOXL. I mean, we can look at CAPA, but it just depends on what it is. Like, what's it doing? I mean, it's a big range. I mean, it's moving some. I don't hate this, but it's just not quite my style. I mean, it's well above the VWAP. It's kind of weird movement, to be honest. The float looks to be incredibly small. And so just like GTEC, like, listen, my favorite, like, people ask me all the time, they say, hey, what's your favorite float? And, like, I don't really have a favorite per se, but, like, what I do look at, guys, is that if it's a really small float, like G-Tech, there's a lot of risk there. All right, and the reason there's risk is because you have stuff like this happen. Like, it's so easily influenced by other traders, like some big trader, you know. I'm not going to mention names, but, like, there's some big traders in here that are trading live, and so, you know what I mean? Like, they're going to be influencing these things a ton. And when they unload their positions, it just causes these big catastrophic drops in these stocks. And so one of the risks with trading super small floats is getting stuck in those big crashes. Now, it's not always going to happen, but it's certainly happened enough that where you got to be prepared for them, and you got to just be careful with some of these moves. It's one of the reasons, like, G-Tech is the one stock I haven't really done the best today because of that. You know, I haven't really done the best on G-Tech because the float's so small, it's just a lot of risk, a lot of crazy movement, and you got to just be really, really careful. Now, same thing with CAPA. It's the same type of thing. It's just the float is so small, I'm assuming here. To be honest, I haven't even looked at the float. But let me see. Let's see if I'm right. I don't show the float. This is a SPAC, actually, so Quantum, High Cape. Let me look up the float somewhere else. Yeah, I'm not even showing a float. Does anybody know the float for this one? Yeah. G-Tech will make another move up now before going down, possibly for another profit. I mean, we'll see with G-Tech. I wouldn't put all my eggs in that basket, so to speak, you know, but who knows? Here's MOTS trying. But yeah, same thing with like CAPA. It's just very small float, huge range. I do like this move, and look at 19 held. Like 19 did hold, so it's not terrible. I mean, it's just not quite my style. Like, it's not really my style to trade, to be honest. What's a good stock to get into right now? I have no idea. Yeah, small float of 11 million or 12 million. Yeah, I mean, maybe G-Tech does, but again, I mean, I think that a lot of people are kind of clouded with their judgment on G-Tech, just because I think a lot of people are bag holding it from way up here. You know, I think there's a lot of buyers stuck in it way up here, and so they want it to go up, not necessarily thinking it might. Now it might. G-Tech might go like this. Like, look, like G-Tech might go like this, in my opinion, and maybe I'm wrong, but it might go like this: bounce, drop, bounce, drop, bounce, drop. But do I think it's gonna break these highs and start to go up like this? Probably not. It could though. I mean, the float's really small with this one. It's like a 1 million float stock, so it's a very small float. But you know, I don't know. I think that it's a risky bet, you know, to bet it's gonna continue going up. Have you made any money today? Let me guess, Juan, you've joined the stream sometime in the last 20 minutes, right? Yeah, I mean, I've traded like 10, 15 times today. But yeah, I'm up. I've only had 2 losses so far, which I'm very happy with. You know, I'll take it. Yeah, I do think G-Tech is effed for today in general, but there's another chance now. I mean, yeah, it could come back up. The float's small enough to where it could, for sure. But again, I think that a lot of people are. I think there's a lot of bag holders in G-Tech, basically. Now I don't know. You know, I'm just speculating. So maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. But. CTRM, yeah, I mean, CTRM is, the float is so big for CTRM, it's just not super interesting to me. Small range, huge float. Daily chart looks okay, you know, like I don't mind the daily chart, and you can see we got some previous resistance and support around here, but again, it's just not really my style, so to speak. And you know, the float's too large to be so cheap, so like unless I'm investing, it's just not really my style. Let me see what the float is. 500 million in the float, so pretty large float here. Not a huge range, and just not super interesting to me. And everybody's different. If it's like, just because I don't like it doesn't mean it's bad. It's just not interesting to me. Here's CAPA, still rip it up. Looks good. You know, looks strong. But such a huge range, I would have to kind of play it off of half and whole dollars, and it's expensive for me up here. So we'll see, but kind of expensive for me at this point. SUPV. Yeah, I mean, SUPV just looks done to me. I mean, it had this big run up to 360s, had its heyday with volume, and now it's kind of slowly coming back down here, well below the VWAP. So you know, definitely down a bunch. And yeah, I mean, we'll see. SNDL is just so diluted, guys. I mean, this one has got billions with a B in the float for SNDL. And so it's just so diluted, and I think it had its day with cannabis, but it's moving just as cannabis is moving. So it's like, it's not like this one moves on its own. It moves with cannabis. So like, look at SNDL here, and then look at cannabis ETF MJ. Look at ACB. Look at TLRY. You know what I mean? Like, look at APHA. You know, they all look very similar just because it's the cannabis market. And so if you're betting on SNDL, you're basically betting that cannabis stocks are going to do well. And it's like, I'm not against that bet. I hope they do. But who knows? And SNDL is one of the stocks that they've just diluted the company so much. They've added so many shares to the float that I'm naturally going to be pretty skeptical of it at this point in time. And again, it's another one, just like we said, where this one got pumped up to $4. And like, everybody was mad at me for taking profits here. They were mad at me for taking profits right here at 325s and exiting the full position. But in hindsight, it was absolutely the right move. But with that, you got a lot of bag holders that are sitting in, clouding their judgment all up here, And why are they sitting up here? Most of the time it's because people tell them not to sell. You look at stock Twix, incredibly toxic. You got a bunch of people saying, hey, don't sell, diamond hands. Same thing with GameStop and AMC and all that stuff. But in the end, when a stock's up 400%, it's almost always the right move to take some profits at least. And people just get influenced by social media people telling them to never sell, telling them that it's going to go to $10 or $20 in a short period of time, when the reality is they just want to influence them enough to where it doesn't cause the stock to drop. But it's like, look, if the stock's up 400%, my advice is to take at least some of it off. Don't bag hold just hoping. If you're up 400%, your job is almost done. You know what I mean? Your job of making money in that trade is there. Take profits, capture that profit, because if not, you're just going to be sitting in here, trying to pump up a stock that's dropped 75% in the last day. You know what I mean? And it might be a hard thing to accept, but it's the reality behind it. Yeah, dude's trying to pump a stock with 1.4 billion with a B in the chat. Dude's trying to pump up a stock with 1.4 billion. Listen, y'all ain't pumping this one. It ain't gonna get pumped. They've diluted it too much. There's so many shares out there that, like, dude, I could buy 50,000 shares of SNDO and it probably wouldn't make it move that much. I mean, it'd make it move some, but like not that much. You know what I mean? So by that logic, if the whole chat bought this one at once, what's it gonna do? It's not gonna do much. It's kind of a waste of time. But again, this comes from people that have just entered the stock market with Wall Street bets that don't really understand what a float is. And yeah, I mean, we'll see. Same thing with G-Tech. Are you trading BOXL? No, I haven't traded anything in the last few minutes. Just nothing that looks super good, to be honest. This one's not bad, and this little 350 pullback wasn't horrible, but I think it's too late, and we're gonna just wait now. I see like USWS showing up. Here's USWS. It's trying to come back too. They aren't going to do well until there's talks of federal decriminalization. I don't know. It's an interesting, it's time to legalize, I think a majority of the American public believes that it should be legalized at this point in time, just because I think, for people to really understand it, I've said it before, but it's like, the biggest argument I hear with cannabis is that it's a gateway drug, and I've said it 1,000 times, but it's like the reason cannabis is a gateway drug is because you have to go to an illegal drug dealer to buy it, and eventually that illegal drug dealer is going to offer you other stuff. He's going to say, hey, try this, and then boom, it's a gateway drug, right? Where if you legalized it and had a licensed dispensary, it wouldn't be a gateway drug anymore. You wouldn't have to go to an illegal drug dealer to buy it. And so when that's their only real argument, in my opinion, the sentiment has changed, and it's going to be legalized hopefully sometime in the next few years. The only reason it hasn't been is, lobbying by law enforcement, which, listen, I'm not anti-law enforcement, but the fact that they're lobbying against it because they're afraid to lose money from giving people tickets and putting people in jail for cannabis use is terribly unethical. You know what I mean? It's about having an even standard of drugs that are legal. It's not about legalizing another drug on the street, which is what they're going to say, but it's about having an even standard of drugs that are legal. If alcohol, which kills hundreds of thousands of people, is sold at gas stations, cannabis should be legal. And I think most of the American public believes that and understands that as a whole. And you got a few really, propaganda-fueled people that believe it should still be illegal. Again, most of them have ties to law enforcement or, the private prison industry or and stuff like that. But in the end, hopefully they'll legalize it sometime this year. At least that's what I'm hoping. And I think when that happens, we should get at least a small push in some of these cannabis stocks. Now, the dynamic that people are questioning, though, is the legalization going to cause cannabis stocks to drop, which will consequently drop stock prices? And I think that's an interesting dynamic, but I do think that we're going to get a push when we do get legalized. When and if, or if and when. Yeah. Yeah, when it's illegal, people have to go into a certain state of mind to buy it that can leave them susceptible to getting into other illegal things, 100%. And that's exactly why. You know, and listen, I was young and dumb at one point in time. Like, I've experienced that. Like, I know how that is. And, like, that's exactly how it happens. Like, if you really think it's a gateway drug, it's a gateway drug because you go into an illegal drug dealer, right? If you legalized it, you know what I mean? You wouldn't have to worry about that. You know, a young 22-year-old kid would never have to be put into that situation. But there's a lot of nuances to it, but yeah, that's the reality, and it's unfortunate. It really is. It's unfortunate that there's so much nonsense and propaganda out there about it. And this is coming from somebody that lives in Texas. You know, I'm too paranoid to really smoke weed. It's not like I smoke weed, but it's just an obvious, very self-evident thing, and it's extremely hypocritical at this point, you know. I don't want to walk around getting contact highs. It happens. I mean, then I'm not against restricting it to where you have to use it at your house, or restricting open use of it in public. Like, I'm not against that, because, like, I have kids too, right? I'm not against that. But what I am against is, you know, what I'm against is people sitting there saying freedom, yeah, the U.S., you know, freedom, you know, but then it's like, when this is like a person's choice that is only affecting them, then it's like, oh no, it should be illegal. It's like they believe that freedom is only about the things that they want, and it's like I said, it's hypocritical, unfortunately. And again, I mean, people saying it's bad or it's a drug. It's like caffeine's a drug. You know, coffee is a drug, but it's not a convenient truth, right? Coffee's a drug. Sugar's terrible for you. Kills hundreds of thousands of people based off of, like, heart issues. Like, caffeine, chocolate bars are drugs here. And they have relatively the same toxicity as cannabis does. So it's a huge hypocritical thing. And people don't want to look at it. A lot of the time, it's just people that were raised being told it's bad, you know. But it's obvious to most people, I think. Look at USWS. It's still pushing up some, but it's not quite as high as I want to get out, as I want to take it. It needs to get over 3, and especially over the VWAP and hold if I'm going to get involved with it. Yeah, cigarettes, nicotine, terrible. Kill hundreds of thousands and millions of people, but, you know, sold at gas stations. CAPA is taking off. I'm still watching it. I mean, it's at 25. Oh, guys, I'm also going to be doing a show on Benzinga today. So I'm going to be doing a show. Let me see what time it is. I talked to Mitch about it earlier. I'm going to be doing a show on Benzinga today at 2:30 to 2:50 or Eastern, so market time. So 2:30 to 2:50 market time. So y'all check out the show. We're going to be talking about the strategies I'm using. We got a lot of questions on what strategies I'm taking in the market. And in that show, we're going to be breaking that down, talking about it, looking at different stuff. And yeah, y'all come watch. GameStop has their congressional meeting today for collusion. I mean, we could see it. Trauma is the real gateway drug. Yeah, 100%. I'm using Benzinga to Jonathan. He says, "What program are you using?" Yeah, this is Benzinga on the left side. It's what's telling me what's moving in this market right now. TNSP. Yeah, we can take a look at TNSP. Yeah, GameStop is over with, and again, or what is it? TSNP. Again, with GameStop, man, people were hating on me. People were so upset at me for talking about GameStop where I did. Like I said, I was saying, hey, I think it's over with here at like $100. You know what I mean? And people got so upset. They spew insults at me. And now it's just silence, you know? It is what it is. I mean, GameStop long term, I think, is terrible. AMC, I'm not necessarily against it. I know AMC gapped up some today. I made a little bit of money on AMC too, but it basically just filled the gap and it's back down. And it's at pre-pump levels, so, you know, we'll see what happens with it, but I'm skeptical of it as a whole, I think. Mitch hasn't been with the channel, Budley, in, you know, almost a year. I mean, I'm gonna be over there on Benzinga with him later. He's the one that I talked to. He's still like my brother. That's like my brother. But yeah, he left the channel a while back. Just wanted to do his own thing, and you know, it is what it is. It's not silent. It's been muffled by the media, Wall Street bets, and people mad they bought it at the top. Yeah, it's probably accurate. Nobody wants to, like, listen. I saw more emotion in that few weeks than I've seen ever in the market. I've seen more emotion, more just incredibly emotional people in the chat. And I get it, and that's part of the reason why I'm trying to be honest about it. And sometimes the truth hurts. But, you know, just so many people were upset. And I think a lot of traders lost a ton of money. And I've said it before, but like the reality is, guys, if you're just now hearing about a crazy move, like if you hear about a stock and you don't trade stocks and you hear about it, the move's already done, right? I think a lot of people heard about GameStop and they heard about people making a bunch of money with it, and so they flew over trying to get involved with it. But again, the problem is that at that point in time, it was up, you know, hundreds, if not thousands of percentages, and the move is basically done. And people have FOMO, which is fear of missing out. They just bought it at the highs and just never sold. And a lot of people lost a ton of money. A lot of people lost their life savings. It's one of the most unfortunate things that I've seen in the market. And there's just so much nonsense out there. Like from other YouTubers and everything as well. Like Diamond Hand culture. Like never selling. There are people trying to tell people, oh, it's not about the money. Of course it's about the money. The people telling you it's not about the money are trying to keep your money. You know? But it's unfortunate, and like I said, a lot of people lost a bunch of money with it, unfortunately, and sometimes they get mad at me for saying it, but it's the facts, it's the reality. VTGN, I'm still watching this one. CAPA still flying up here, to be honest. I'm still watching that one too. VTGN, we're looking at it. SUPV never ended up coming back here, and USWS has still got a long way to go, so we're hanging out trying to find some stuff to trade, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I waited cutting losses because people said it would recover. Yeah, for sure. Dude, like I said, people got so mad at me. They got so upset. They were spewing insults at me like I was just a terrible person. They called me a spy for the hedge funds and all this stuff, and it's like, I'm not a spy for the hedge funds. I've just seen moves like this before. Like, I've seen moves like this. And if you're an experienced trader, you probably have, and you probably know. You know what I mean? But it's like, you got YouTubers and you got all these, like, influencers, really, that are pumping up diamond hands, never sell, stick it to the hedge funds. And then when it does what it did, they just silent. They just don't say anything. They move on to the next thing. Now diamond hands Bitcoin or diamond hands Doge. You know, they don't say anything about telling people that it was going to recover when it never did. You know, they don't mention it. You know what I mean? And it is what it is. But man, it's very common right now in the chat. Or very common right now in trading, I guess. VTG, and I want to see if it holds at 240. Hey, HF, thank you for becoming a member, brother. Shout out to you, man. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the love, dude. Thank you, brother. Hey, what's up, Wes? Got killed on GTEC, losing confidence lately. Hey, hang in there, brother. Just scale down your size, Wes. Thank you for becoming a member, HF. And Wes, man, listen, GTEC got a bunch of traders. It's hard to predict, man. It's one of the reasons, Wes, why I don't trade incredibly small floats very often. And when I do, you can see, like, I traded GTEC today, but I traded a total of 10 shares as a whole, right? So it's like, I traded it, but I didn't trade it large at all, and I traded very, very carefully. And the reason for that is, again, because it's got an incredibly small float. And so if a big boy trader, you know, I'm not going to say names, but like if a big boy trader and YouTuber takes a huge position and then unloads that position, it can cause drops like this. It can cause chaotic dumps like this that are almost impossible to avoid if you're in there from these highs. Right? And so what I do when I trade it is I buy very small share size, and I kind of try to keep a range. Like if I'm going to take full sizing in a position, it needs to be anywhere between like 5 and 10 or 5 and like 40 million float, right? Anything over 5 million is safe, right? But if it's got less than 5 million in the float, I'm not taking full sizing, because again, this is always a chance and it's always a possibility. And I'm sorry to hear you lost on it though, Wes. I appreciate the $2, brother. Thank you, man. Why don't you do some shorting? I don't have a margin account on TOS. I just have a cash account, so I can't short on this. You gotta have like I would say like 30 to 40,000 to short comfortably on a US regulated platform, and I just don't, you know. Went in for about $300 and averaged down, like it ended up with $800 in it, but it helped stop the bleeding, yeah, for sure. And you'll bounce back, bro. Don't just hang in there. And like I said, the biggest thing if you take a big loss like that is just learn from it. That's what I try to do. You learn the most from your losses than you do your wins, and so just learn from it. And again, like I said, my approach to that is I just trade really small. If it's less than 3 million in the float, I'm buying tiny share size, because there's always crazy risks in that. And you know, it is what it is, but you'll bounce back, bro. Why no scalp trades on CAPA? I mean, I feel like I missed it and it's too high at this point. Like I got a very specific trading style lately that's been very profitable, and it's one of the reasons I've been so green. But the trading style goes like, I'm looking for pullbacks like this, right? And so once we're way up here, like you can see the trend, and the trend broke, and this pullback's not terrible, but like here's the obvious trend here for CAPA, you know, but that trend broke just now, and so not really too much to take advantage of. And it was trending really nicely, but at this point in time, it's really expensive. It's over $20. I would have to use a lot of equity to trade it. Very risky, and you know, I'm already sitting pretty on the day, so I would just, for me, I want to find something that has a little bit more edge to it before I get involved with it. You can see USWS is starting to rip. Here's USWS, and again, if it gets over 3 and holds, maybe I'll consider this one. But yeah, thank you for becoming a member, HF. Thank you, bro. Hey, Wes. Hey, sorry, let me read this, Wes. I can barely read it, brother. I'm gonna take the float advice to heart. Thanks. Hey, happy to help, man. Like I said, it's just what I've learned. I can't say it's gonna work for you, but like that's what I've learned, and that's what's helped me avoid crazy drawdowns like that. Is just from avoiding tiny floats that are more easily manipulated on like YouTube and from big boy traders, realistically. You know, because there were times, and I've traded live on stream every day for years. There have been times where I've been stuck in that live on stream, and it's the most frustrating thing in the world, because it's like there's nothing you can do in that situation. Like you can't do anything on that pullback. Like you're stuck. You know, you get hit with this, you know, it's over with. You're stuck, and there's nothing you can really do about it. And so like what I had to do is I had to avoid really small floats that I know other traders are targeting. You know what I mean? I got to avoid really small floats like that. And if I do trade them, it's with really small size. Again, because I know if the float is incredibly small, you're going to have a certain percentage of big, well-known traders that are targeting those low floats especially if they have a big following, and I'm not trying to get involved with that. You know what I mean? I don't want to be stuck in the middle of that. I would rather just not trade those and move on and find something better, you know. Gas station toilet paper hands, yeah, for sure. It's only because they wanted their money back. They pretended to be diamond hands, yeah, for sure, 100%. Yeah, I bought AMC at 14, lost half of my money, but made it all back on SNDL. Got lucky. New trader, learned lesson. If you hear about it outside of trading, it's probably over with. The move is probably done. You know, and that's the lesson, is that if you're hearing about GameStop and you don't trade stocks, do not buy GameStop. You know, if you're hearing about AMC and you don't trade stocks, it's probably pretty extended at that point in time. You know, the whole world has probably bought that thing up, and you know, when the whole world starts to sell, you don't want to be stuck in that, you know. Float is the total amount of shares available to trade. So yeah, the float is the total amount of shares that are floating out there in the ether, if that makes sense. It's the total amount of shares that are available to trade. If I close a credit spread, what happens to the collateral? I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I'm not really an options trader. 7 p.m. I'm also doing a show today on Benzinga. Again, I believe it's at the show today is going to be at 2:30 to 2:50 Eastern. So it's going to be 1:30 to 1:50 my time. We're going to have a 20-minute show in there. And we're just going to have some fun, talk about some strategies. No, mate, when the whole world starts to sell is when you want to be buying. No, you want to buy after the whole world has sold. There's a big difference there, brother. You don't want to buy when the whole world is selling. You want to buy after the whole world has sold. You know what I mean? I know, I get it. Fearful when others are greedy, greedy when others are fearful. I get that, right? But again, I'm not talking about after the selling has happened. Like, that's okay. Sometimes. It depends, to be honest. It really depends. If you're talking about like a mid and high cap, like a real reasonable company that has good fundamentals that just got hit, that's different. That's fine, right? But if we're talking about GameStop and AMC in the middle of a pandemic where physical video games are becoming obsolete, it's probably not the right mentality. You know, and so there's nuances to it. And yeah, you gotta look at the different nuances to really understand what you're getting into, I think. Does the ESH1 actually respect the VWAP, Tyler? I mean, kind of. Like, what I do, what you have to really consider, like, when I'm trading E-minis, I'm looking at the SPY. So, like, I'm looking at the SPY itself, right? And it does respect the VWAP some. I mean, it just depends. It depends on the market. Some days the market's choppy, neutral, sideways, fake outs, galore, all that stuff. And some days it really respects a nice trend. Like this day, you know, you can see the SPY on the 16th maintained a downward nice trend all day where you could, if you shorted into each one of these pops, you know, you'd be rich by the end of the day. And so it really depends on the day and the market. But when I'm watching the E-mini, I'm really looking at the SPY. I'm not even looking at the chart on the E-mini at all. Like, I'm not looking at the E-mini chart. I'm looking at the SPY chart, and I'm trading off of the SPY. So if I want to short here, I short on the E-mini when this happens, like short into these pullbacks, you know what I mean? And so that's what I do. I watch the SPY for that reason. That way I can watch the VWAP and I can watch pre-market levels to determine where I want to play it off of. But yeah, I'm not looking at the E-mini chart when I trade it. I'm looking at the SPY chart. And like I said, guys, y'all want to help support your boy here, you can check out Top Step. Top Step is a funded account program for futures. And so what Top Step does is Top Step allows you to get funded in the futures and Forex market. And so it's a subscription-based program, and the base one is 30K, but they have packages all the way up to over 100K. And the 30K package is going to be $120 for the first month if you use my link, and then it's $150 after that. But if you take that, they're going to give you a 30K demo account. That's why it's called the 30K account. And if you can make $2,000 on that 30K account without hitting their max loss and while following their rules, then they fund you 30K as professional proprietary futures traders with an 80% profit split. You get to keep 100% of your first withdrawal, up to 5K as well. They're regulated in the US. They paid out millions to their profitable traders last year, over 2 million. They funded thousands. And again, they're regulated in the US. It's one of the cheapest funded account programs I've seen, and it's one of the ways you can get around the PDT rule. Like, if you want to trade mid and high caps, I just trade futures. I could watch the SPY. It's very similar to trading mid and high caps. The scalping strategies I use in futures are very similar. And again, you can see my graph from this past week. You know, pretty profitable in the futures market using these same scalping strategies, watching the SPY. And so again, if you want to check it out, here's the link. Would you consider today to be a bear day in the market? I mean, right now with the SPY, it's kind of sideways. I mean, it's down, sure. It's down on the day for sure. And technically, it's going to be a down day until it breaks this light blue line right here. So it's got a long way to go. But yeah. Tony says, my first week of trading, I was in GameStop, lost $3,000 profit listening to people saying, hold, going to the moon. Yeah, and that's what, it was so toxic, bro. And to be honest, it was so toxic, man. So many traders are just spewing nonsense that they don't know what they're talking about. You know, they're saying, go to the moon, it's going to the moon. Every week, oh, the options contracts are expiring. You know, it's going to push GameStop up. And it's just kind of like, dude, y'all realize GameStop is a terrible company. It had billions of dollars in debt before the pump. It's an obsolete business model, and to be honest, I think a certain percentage of gamers act like GameStop is like some great company for gaming. GameStop was a terrible company. They had a horrible corporate culture that was just terrible. Like they would hire young kids, make them try to hit unreasonable sales levels, and then fire them and rinse and repeat that. Just a terrible corporate culture. It's kind of like, and so if you're acting like you're going to stick it to the corporate culture by pumping up GameStop, it's kind of like pumping up a tobacco farm to stick it to cigarette companies. You know what I mean? Like, GameStop's a terrible company. But again, people get hyped, they get FOMO, they want to make big percentage wins, and it is what it is. It happens, I guess. Yeah, it did bring a lot of new people to the market, which can be good and bad. I think a lot of people lost some money, which is why I'm ranting about it, I guess. Yeah, GameStop has been losing revenue for the last 4 years, 100%. But it went to the moon. Right, but it went to the moon because shorts got squeezed out of it. And eventually those shorts are going to cover as it drops. Right? They're not always going to stay in there. Like, the reason GameStop went to the moon is because the short float was 120%, and when you have to cover a short position, you have to buy those shares back. And so what happens is called a short squeeze from stops getting triggered. If Wall Street Bets pumped it up, stop losses for the hedge funds and banks got triggered, and they had to buy the shares back, and the more that happened, the more stop losses that would get triggered. It would be this domino effect that just propelled it ridiculously high, right? But it wasn't fundamentally sound. Like, it wasn't, the reason it moved up had nothing to do with fundamentals, and eventually those short traders covered, you know, and they weren't even in it anymore. So, you know, sticking it to the hedge funds and holding GameStop to zero is just making you lose a bunch of money, you know. Yeah, I see a few people talking about it, Todd. Why are you looking at the SPY when trading E-mini versus looking at the E-mini chart? Because I can see pre-market, I can use the VWAP, and it just has more liquidity that I can watch and more easily understand where the technical and major levels are on the SPY as opposed to the E-mini. Here's the E-mini. You know, it's much easier for me to look at the SPY, and it's doing the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, here's the E-mini. It's much easier for me to look at the SPY as opposed to this, because if the SPY drops, the E-mini is going to drop, and if the SPY moves up, the E-mini is going to move up as well, because that's what it is. It's the S&P 500. It's this. You know what I mean? So, like, that's basically what we're trading. It's like a mini version of the S&P 500, which is exactly what the SPY is, right? But the SPY has good liquidity, good volume. It's easier to see where big levels are. I can look at pre-market levels. I can watch the VWAP and use my indicators here on Thinkorswim, and it's just an easier chart to read for me, where I can play off of it in an easier way, if that makes sense, Paul. And yeah, I appreciate the support, brother. Thank you, man. Are you gonna watch it? I don't know, man. I gotta. We're doing a little class thing for Benzinga at like 1:30 my time, so we'll see. Depends on how much time I have. Yeah, can you link us the blue line? Yeah, if you want the blue line, you just got to go to the... If you go to our Discord and you look at TOS scripts, it's just a script for the previous closing price. So, yeah, it's a previous closing price script. I'll post it in our Discord if you guys want it. But it's a previous closing price script. Yeah, here it is right here. And the way you would do it is, let me find it. Yeah, I'll post it in the main chat just so people can find it if you want the script. Oh, wait. I lost it. Hold on. Yeah, here it is. There we go. Alright, so yeah, if you go to the main chat, you would just take the script, and what you would do with it, you would copy it, and then you would go to studies on TOS. If you're in TOS, you'd go to add study, or no, you would go to edit study is what you would do, and then you would go to create down here, and you go to create, and then you would just remove all this, copy and paste the script, and then click OK and apply, and there it is. But that way it'll automatically document the previous closing price for you without you, having to look for it or draw it out yourself. So any chart I look at, if I look at AMD, it tells me where the previous close is. If I look at, the SPY, it tells me where it is. Regardless of what chart, GTEC, it tells me where the previous close, which is way down here. But yeah, it's in our Discord. You just subscribe to Benzinga, James, is what you would want to do. It's not a free course. It's we're doing like a little class thing. I'm going to be talking about the strategies I've been using in the market. It's only 20 minutes, but we're going to be talking about strategies in the market that we use. You missed out on USWS? I mean, we saw it today. I've been watching it. But again, I mean, we're pulling back to 3 now, and it's still got a ways to go. So we're going to wait for that, see what happens. I still see BTG in here, and I made a little bit of money on USWS today. I still see BTG in here. How much money would I make daily? I don't know. Yeah, no worries, James. What percentage of your float do you put on a penny stock? What do you mean? Okay, so I don't think you know what a float is. So a float is the total amount of shares that are available to the public to trade. So it's the total amount of shares that are floating around there for a specific stock. And by that logic, the larger the float, the less range and the harder it is to influence that stock, right? So if a stock has a billion with a B, shout out to you guys, in the float, and I buy 10,000 shares of a billion float stock, it's probably not going to make that stock move. If I buy 10,000 shares of a million float stock like GTEC, then it's probably going to influence that stock a little bit. And by that logic, stocks that have small floats on average have a larger range. They're more easily influenced by traders, and they're more volatile as a whole. And you can see GTEC 1 million float. This thing is up 300-400% today, making crazy moves, big swings, because the float is so small. It's like 1 million, where if you look at like GE, for instance, this one's got like billions in the float, and you can see it's only moved like 20 cents all today. And so that's what a large float stock usually does, and it's one of the reasons, like, we got a bunch of people in here trying to pump up SNDL. SNDL's got 1.4 billion in the float. You're not going to pump it up. It's got too many shares out there. It's been diluted so much. And so before you try to pump up a stock, guys, I guess I probably shouldn't teach you guys how to pump up stocks, but at least figure out what a float is if you're going to try to pump up stocks, guys. AVGR. So yeah, we made money on AVGR. We made money on USWS. We made money on AMC. We made money on SUPV. We made money on CEI. We made money on AVGR. And so yeah, we made a decent amount of money today, guys. I mean, it's been a very accurate day so far. And we'll see what happens for the rest of the day. I'm looking at a few other things popping up on the list, trying to find something. Tell us about this mysterious float we hear about. Bad influence John. Hey, that's me, man. I'm just a bad influence on the world. Talking about bad influences, guys, listen. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe button. You know you want to. Everybody's doing it. Just try it one time. See how it feels. Hit the subscribe button. Click the bell. Turn on notifications. We do this live every single day for free. Right here. I'm not an expert. I don't want to be an expert. I don't claim to be an expert. We're just a resource and community. And so if you appreciate free trading content where we don't try to sell you a course or service, hit the subscribe button. You know you want to. SFTW. What was the other one? CAPA was moving, right? What happened to it? It failed. Slap that subscribe button. Yeah. You don't have a float. I mean, you have okay. A float is individual to stocks, is particular to a stock, right? It's not like I have a float. I don't have a float. I might have equity to trade in an account size, but like I don't actually have a float myself. Stocks have floats that we can mess with and trade with and all that stuff, but like I don't individually have a float, It's not how it works. Pass around the subscribe button. John is an expert. I mean, I'm trying to be. I mean, like I said, I don't like that pressure. You got some YouTubers that try to sell you a lifestyle, and they try to sell you fancy cars and mansions. Half the time, the mansions are rented. You know what I mean? The fancy cars are rented, and they're trying to sell you a lifestyle, probably because they're trying to sell you something, right? Like, I don't sell anything. I don't need to sell that lifestyle. I drive a Toyota. You know what I mean? Listen, I'm comfortable, and I've got a great, fulfilling life. You know what I mean? But like, I don't need to tell you guys that much to sell you anything. In the end, we're just a resource and community, and I would rather not be like that. I think that's a little sleazy, in my opinion. done for now. I'll be back later. Hey, see you then, James. Hey, thank you, brother. The most baller Toyota. Yeah. John drives his Toyota mansion. Yeah, that's me. Can we ask you what the float is of the stock you won't pick? Yeah. It's 20 billion, you know, with a B. Hey, my man Howard, you have to stop answering all my questions. Why are your applied filters set for regular session and the other for 5 minutes of the regular session? Thanks. Yeah, no worries. I appreciate the $10, Howard. Thank you, brother. Yeah, I mean, so... Oh, man, my ears hurt. It's because they're too big. Alright, so, okay. This left one, right? This left one is the entire session of regular hours. So this is going to tell me the biggest movers as a whole throughout the entire day. Like, out of the entire day, this is going to tell me the biggest percentage movers through Benzinga. These are Benzinga scans, right? So you can see the top mover was AMPG, IMNM, GTech, 116%, Kappa, 102%, so forth and so on, right? So it's going to tell me the biggest movers as a whole throughout the day. Now, this right side scanner is going to tell me the biggest movers or gainers over the last 5 minutes. And so this one is going to pop up stocks that are ripping up recently in the last 5 minutes, like IMNM. You can see INMM starting to push up. Here's the run, and so it's alerting me of that. EBON is up 4%. So you can see it's moving up, testing these highs. So GTech is up 3.6%, and so we can look at like GTech. And so it's going to tell me the stocks that are recently pushing up. This one right here, this bottom left one, I got to reset. This one looks to be... This one's going to tell me the recent spikes, right? So this is price spikes. It's going to tell me what's spiking basically like right now. Nothing's really spiking that much right now. We can see like QS spiked up some, Riot moved up a little bit, and then this right side is the last 15 minutes. And so instead of 5 minutes, it's kind of a middle ground of all of them, right? This is what spiked over the last 15 minutes. So you can see like NCTY spiking up over the last 5 minutes, IMNM spiking up over the last 5 minutes, D and K, you know, all that good stuff. And so that's the difference between the scanners that I'm looking at. I still see VTGN. I'm still watching it. I was talking about it earlier. It has a pretty small range, though. That's the issue with it. Hey, thank you. Hey, my bad, Tyler. I took my headphones off. I appreciate you becoming a member, brother. Thank you, dude. Appreciate the support, bro. Thanks for becoming a member, man. John Johnson, too funny. Next time, get a rover. And another one for spare parts. Yeah, you know how I do it. Oh, you're not talking about me. I thought you were talking about somebody else. How old is your neighbor? I don't know. He's got to be like 50, or he's got to be like 70. He looks like Santa Claus is all I know. I don't know how old he is. He looks like Santa Claus. Got all gray and white hair. You know, about 5'7". Not really a threatening guy, to be honest. He's one of those dudes that tries to act all hard, but it's like, I'm looking at him like, I'm like a solid 4 or 5 inches taller than him, and, you know, he just seems like he's trying too hard to me. But he looks like Santa Claus. Pudgy, you know, looks like Santa Claus. In the end, I haven't seen him, to be honest. I haven't even seen him outside. So I'm curious. I don't know what's going on over there, but he's leaving me alone, and that's all I want, you know. But yeah, thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Howard. I appreciate the donations and becoming a member, man. Yeah, the price times market cap is, the price times shares is market cap is what I mean. Yeah, we got a bunch of scripts in there, Biz. We got a bunch of scripts, brother. I have a Toyota, I have a Tundra, a Toyota Tundra truck. It's like a 2017 Tundra. It's a nice truck. I like my truck, but like, you know, I don't buy new cars. I'm too cheap for that. Like, I don't buy new cars. You know, one of the worst investments you could ever make is buying a brand new car. You know what I mean? Like, you could buy a year or two old car and get it for 50% off. You know, there's no reason to buy a brand new car. Most of the time they're taking advantage of people that don't have the money to buy a brand new one, so they have to lease or finance it, which just puts you in debt long term. One of the worst investments you could ever make. TKAT. Showing up a little bit. CAPA still trying. Yeah, Ricardo. Ricardo, you don't know the story. There's a story behind what I'm saying. For those of you that think I'm just kind of sizing up some random old guy, I'm not. There's a story behind it, and I don't feel like telling the whole story today. But there was this old guy that got super inappropriate with my wife, and my wife came to me like worried about it and concerned with it. He told her some weird stuff, and it was plausibly deniable to where if I would really be like, hey, you're weird, why are you saying that stuff? He would be like, whoa, what are you talking about? But it made my wife uncomfortable, and we had to say some stuff to him. That's about as far as I'm going to go into it today. We had to say some stuff to him. So I'm not over here randomly sizing up an old man. Basically, he's kind of stalking, if I'm being honest. And so there's a bigger story behind it. John, can I tell the story? I mean... Hey, thank you. I appreciate the sub. OM, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, that's basically it. The old man was... Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, I mean, it's not about a guard dog. I mean, like I said, I said this last time, and somebody was like, "Oh, you're trying to look tough," and it's like, look, I'm not trying to look tough, but like, we're in Texas here. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna detail it. I'm not gonna go too much in debt. I'm not gonna go too much into it. But like, we're in Texas here. You know, not the right house to do this. Most houses in Texas are not the right house to do that. So what I'm saying is like, we don't really need a guard dog. You know. It's just not the right house for that. We're in Texas here, you know. That's all I'll say. Yeah. And like, we have cameras. We have cameras surrounding the house, so it's all good. Yeah. Yeah, it's scary, man. It's weird stuff, dude. Like I said, people stalk. Like, I get it. My wife's pretty. I understand, you know. But like, if you shoot your shot, like, listen, if I was an old man and I was single, maybe I'd shoot my shot too, right? But if you shoot your shot and you lose, don't stalk them. Inappropriate, you know. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what he needs to do. I mean, like I said, in the end, he stopped. You know, because it wasn't just that, and I guess I'll go into it a little bit more since it's kind of boring and dull, but it wasn't just that. It's like, this dude, like I said, my wife came to me and she was like, hey, baby, what do you think about this text message? And I looked at it, I was like, that's weird. You know, it's off. Like that's a weird, obsessive sounding text message from him. It's off to me. And like, my wife's nice to all the neighbors because, no offense, they're old. You know what I mean? Like, they're old. My wife's gonna be nice to the old people, you know? But some people take it too far, and it's just weird. It's a weird situation. But like I said, I haven't seen them. Hold on, my bad. Let me look into this. Hey, thank you for the $5, brother. Could you analyze STLA-EV? Yeah, I got you. All right. So, not enough volume to really look at this one short term, right? There's not really any volume here. It's a very low volume move. There's not much going on with it. So we got to look at the longer term chart. And to be honest, pretty strong looking long term chart all the way up to, you know, the end of this year or the end of last year, right? The last few months, it's been pretty neutral and sideways. I mean, it's going up and down and up and down. So it's pretty neutral and sideways. It's got a range of, you know, a few, like $2, maybe. You know, you got this range right here, and I think this range is what I would watch in between 7.25 and 15. Now, again, I'm not an investment professional. I'm not liable if you lose in any market. This is purely entertainment. And I do want to say this: don't sue me. You know, I'm not trying to give you stock advice here. I'm just telling you my own subjective view on this. All right, for STLA. But if I was in it, I would watch this range between 7.25 and 15, and understand it's neutral and sideways. And so, you know, you got some major levels like $16, $16.50 looks to be a pretty big level, $15.50 underneath us. And so looking at half and whole dollars, they look to make sense. But again, we're kind of neutral over the last few months. Really strong daily chart over the last year though, but kind of neutral over the last 2 months or so. And so for me, I mean, it depends on what the entire sector as a whole is doing. Let me look into this one to see if it has anything recently that came out for it, for STLA. Yeah, so they had something that came out a few days ago that said that they're going to supply electrical powertrain units and batteries for Fiat e-Ducato productions. So they had a deal with another company. It's a European stock as well. But yeah, that's what I would look at on the technicals. As for the whole story of EV, I mean, that's something that you got to delve a little bit deeper into as for the story. But yeah, that's what I would look at. Forming a bullish flag at the end. I mean, you got a little bit of one here, if we're talking about this, you know. But it's more of a triangle than a flag per se. There's not really any pole. The difference between a triangle and a flag is that a flag has a pole like this, and I guess it kind of does. But it's still got a ways to go before it wedges a little bit more. And so, you know, for me, it's still looking sideways. It's got to get over like 17s before it really starts to look good, breaking highs up there for me. But again, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm just speculating, obviously. But I appreciate the donation, though, brother. Thank you, man. Yeah, it took about 20 or about 15 trades. I don't know. Or maybe not that many. I probably took about 10, 12. Hey, John, how's the snowstorm been? It's good, man. I've had power for the last 2 days. So we've been good. Aside from the fact that we lost power for a few days and had to try to get a hotel, but they all got booked up, and we went to a friend's house and stayed there for a night. But ever since we've been back home, our power's been fine. We've been good for the most part. It's just really cold. But yeah, we've been good. Can you explain how Top Step works again? Yeah, Top Step's a funded account program. So in the futures or Forex market, they don't do stocks, just futures and Forex. But what they do is they're going to give you a demo account. It's subscription based. And so, you know, they're going to give you a demo account. Different packages have different amounts that they're going to give you. The base one is a 30K demo account. It's $120 for the first month. And you're going to have a profit target and a max loss and a few other conditions that you have to follow. And if you hit their profit target while following their rules, then they're funding you that 30K. They're going to fund you that 30,000 with an 80% profit split. And so you'll get to trade with their 30K with an 80% split and then keep 80% of your profits. And that's basically how they do it. And again, I have like the 50K package, and so I have a little bit larger package, and there's a lot of different ones. But it's pretty cheap. Like I said, I've used a lot of funded account programs. This one being less than $200 a month for a bunch of them. Less than $150 a month for the base one. It's pretty cheap relative to the other ones I've used. And again, this one's regulated in the US. They paid out millions last year, so you know at least they're paying traders out that are profitable, and they funded thousands, so you know they're at least funding traders as well. And yeah, if you want to check it out, it's pinned to the top of the page. You can see it pinned to the top of the chat. It's the blue link at the very top. But again, I'm going to be biased in their favor because I make a commission if you sign up. And so, you know, you want to understand that dynamic as well. I am going to be biased in their favor. But if you want to check them out, you know, there's the link. Yeah. Thank you, Whitney. I appreciate that, I guess. Do I like Kraken? I'm in Kraken. But I don't know what I want to do with it. Yeah, I mean, I'm up in crypto, but again, I don't really know what I want to do with the crypto I'm holding. Yeah, the other way you can help support us, guys, again, is by go checking out Webull. If you open up a Webull account, you get a free stock. If you deposit $100, you get another free stock, 0 commission, free paper trading, free scanners on Webull. And then if you do a few things like share it and do a few other steps, you get to spin the wheel and maybe win Facebook shares and a bunch of other cool stuff on Webull. And yeah, you can check them out. I'll post that link too. Again, I'm biased in their favor because if you sign up, I get free stocks as well. But I think Webull is a good platform for beginners, and you know, it's cheap and free paper trading so new traders can learn, and you know what I mean. Roll Tide? Oh, that hurts, Whitney. Go Tigers. Really, I've got family from Alabama, though, so it's like I'm not, like, I respect Alabama as a team, even though I'm an LSU fan. You know, my grandfather graduated from Bama. My uncle graduated from Auburn, and then my dad graduated from LSU. So, yeah, we got a lot of LSU Bama fans, and Thanksgiving is really interesting for us. All right, we got AREC push it up. We got AREC pushing up. Man, my lips are chapped. It's cold, man. I need some chapstick. VTGN is spiking up too. Here's VTGN up to 260s, guys. You guys hustling any eBay on the side? I mean, I don't really have, like, this is kind of the side thing for me. Like I do programming work, and so front-end web development with like JavaScript and React, and I have my real estate license as well, and then I have 2 Amazon businesses on the side, as well as doing this YouTube and trading as a whole, you know. So like I do a bunch of different things. YouTube and trading is kind of my side thing, really. LSU, not much to celebrate in a while. We won the national championship last year. What are you talking about? Yeah, you must not be paying attention, you know, unless you're joking. If so, my bad. But LSU won the national championship last year. Not last year. Or yeah, last year, you know. So, I mean, you know, can't win them every year unless you're Bama and got Nick Saban, I guess. But here's VTG and spike it up. Yeah. See, the problem with chapstick. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to read back on some comment. Is there drama in the chat? Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what I'm talking about. It's probably $10. If you're paying for signals, there's a conflict of interest there, you know, unfortunately. How funny would it be if your neighbor watched the channel? Honestly, he probably does. And part of the reason, like, I've been open about the neighbor situation, his name's Scott, he lives right down the street, is because if I get murdered, you know what I mean? Which stalkers, like I said, a lot of them aren't mentally fully there in that way. Like, you know, if I get murdered, listen, it was Scott, 100%. You know what I mean? And you guys heard it here, you know. That's pretty steep though, man. For stuff you can usually get done for free, it's hard to justify spending money on certain people because they're only about the money. Yeah, for sure. I try to be honest with people. I mean, that's what I try to do. LSU is GameStop. Oh, that hurts, Whitney. That hurts. Just keep applying the chapstick. Yeah, the problem with chapstick is because you become dependent on chapstick. So it's like if you use chapstick and then stop, it's kind of like Afrin, right? If you use chapstick and then stop, then you're gonna have a negative rebound effect. It's the same thing with like Afrin nose spray. If you use Afrin nose spray every day for a week and then stop, your nose is gonna get really stopped up. Same thing with your lips; they're gonna get super chapped. And so for that reason, I try not to use chapstick because then your lips will become dependent on chapstick. Chapstick. I don't know why I can't say this. I'm sorry, but yeah. This dude Jay over here will answer most of your questions for free and be honest about it, whether you like it or not. Yeah, I try, man. People don't want the truth sometimes, though, and it's unfortunate, but like, you know how it is. Especially when it comes to like gurus. Like a lot of people are like unreasonably loyal to gurus that are basically just stealing their money because it hurts too bad to really look at it honestly. And so they're just super loyal. If you say anything slightly critical or weird, they just insult and spew hate at you because you're basically shattering their dreams by saying so. And it's a really hard thing for them to accept. And so there's just a lot of toxic loyalty in the trading community with people where if you're critical of a guru, somebody else might have spent $5,000 on that guru, and so they just go crazy if you say anything negative about them because they desperately need to justify spending that much money on them, basically, is how it is. And there's so much of that in the trading world that it's hard for somebody like me to be around here free. Because just me saying, hey, we're a resource and community, I'm not even over here claiming to be an expert. I'm not over here selling courses, trying to act like some super expert pro or anything like that. But still, just the thought of there being free content out there bothers a certain percentage of people because they've spent, $10,000 on a guru that sent them a pre-recorded course that thousands of other people have already seen. You know what I mean? It's not like these gurus, half of them, are even actually mentors. They're just sending you a pre-recorded course. They've got too many students to be mentors. So they send you a course that everybody else has seen. And it's like, what are you going to do with that? Nothing. You know what I mean? But at that point, they got your money. And so you got to be loyal to them and weird. And it's kind of how it goes. You know? I mean, Nathan, with moving averages, he says, how do you know which interval to use when analyzing a moving average? With moving averages, the theory with moving averages is that you want to try to pick the most popular averages because the most popular averages are going to have the most sway because there's the most traders playing off of them, if that makes sense, right? So like with my moving average strategies, I love using like the 12 and 26 moving averages because that's the MACD intervals, right? So that's the MACD lengths. And so with that, they're going to have the most traders playing off of that when they cross over or whatever. A lot of other traders are seeing that crossover and consequently buying it, which is pushing the stock up, if that makes sense. At least that's how I do it. But, I'm not much of a moving average trader as a whole. So, you got to figure it out your own way, I guess. Yeah, I'm going to ban Ricardo. He's only said 3 things and they were all negative, and so I just get the overwhelming feeling that he's just kind of sitting there waiting to be critical. Listen, he's got to be kind of insecure, you know what I mean? If you don't like the channel, go watch something else, brother. Why are you here then, man? You know what I mean? Like, don't just sit there and wait to criticize. In the end, like, you're getting a little desperate with it too. You're mad at me for preaching. I'm trying to save new traders money, brother. But have a good day, sir. Listen, I haven't done it in a while. I'm going to do it right now. You ready? You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. I had to do it. Get Wonka out of here, sir. Good day. But no. I always like doing it. It feels good to Wonka people. It really does. It feels good. VTGN's moving up some. CBAT's moving up some. You gotta love it, man. You gotta love it. It feels good to do it, to be honest. It feels good. He's having a bad day. Yeah, he's got to be losing money. He probably bought G-Tech on the breakout. You know, my man probably bought G-Tech on the breakout. Now he's upset about it, you know. It's either that or, like I said, the people that really act like that are usually people that have, like, they're the same people I've talked about, right? They're the same people I've talked about. They get talked into buying a guru's course, and now they're just obsessively loyal to them. And if I say that, they're mad at me for it, you know. Hey man, why has CTRM been fluctuating between 124 and 25? CTRM? Because it's got a really big float. It's barcoding, as we call it. So it's just really diluted, and it's got no range because there's so many shares outstanding, right? It's got so many shares out there that it has no range anymore. That each individual trade doesn't move it much at all. And so there's no range to it. And so it's just going back and forth between the bid and the ask, unfortunately. Yeah, go watch Tim Sykes, bro. Yeah, I'm using Thinkorswim, bro. Is the platform, Dennis. It's Thinkorswim. Love the content. Hey, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Hey, no worries, Abel. CEI? I don't know. CEI, I made money with it earlier. A little bit of money at least. And now we're just kind of sitting here. It looks weak and over with. So I'm not trading it, unfortunately. AAB? OTC stock. Got some range on it, though. I mean, it's an OTC stock that's got some range. But I'm not really used to trading OTC stocks. They're not really my forte, if you will. Big move, though. Huge rip over the last 3 days. I'll be putting my Fake Guru's course on Reddit for free. Hey, do your thing, brother. Yeah. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, going back to Stock Guru dropping references to 30 millionaires, 10 multimillionaires. I mean, right, but are any of that stuff really verified, though? You know what I mean? Like, is any of that stuff really tracked and verified? No. Like, most of the time, the millionaire students are people that want to turn into gurus themselves, realistically. Like, those are people that want to be gurus themselves, right? And so, all of a sudden, they decide to... I just made $1 million. I'm going to go sell my own stock course. And then you got these branches of gurus that sprout from them that are really just trying to make money themselves, right? And so it's kind of like a pyramid scheme in that light, to where, you know, they all give credibility to the other one, and it just kind of goes deeper and deeper and deeper. And it's obvious, but yeah. Yeah, no, everything's pretty slow. I mean... G-Tech is getting some volume here. TRT? About TRT Vitor. Where's TRT Vitor at? If you know that reference, you're a real one. Man, how about my man Usman with that knockout this past weekend, man? Who thought that would happen? I didn't. You gotta give him props. TRT's moving up though. It's at 550s. No volume though, unfortunately. ACST. ACST just barcoding most of the time. Finally broke out of it. It's got to have a big float. Small range. Not really something I'm super interested in, to be honest. Not a bad daily chart though. We'll see if it holds $1. I think $1 is a big level that it's got to kind of hold if it is gonna do anything. Your man Mahomes. I mean, Mahomes isn't really my man. I'm just mad at Brady for beating the Saints. You know. Hey, what's up, Prosper? Hey, thank you, brother. Hey, thank you, man. VTGN still ripping up. Here's VTGN. We'll see if it holds at 275 right here. It's kind of the pre-market high. It's also a $0.25 level at 275. We'll see if it holds. Brady didn't beat anyone. The Bucks D did. Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, the refs certainly helped in the Super Bowl, though. I mean, I think the Chiefs would have lost regardless, but man, those refs were dirty, man. Let somebody else win. I don't know. Maybe I'm just mad Brady's the GOAT. Brady's certainly the GOAT, too, just to be honest about it. Brady's certainly the GOAT. I'm just mad the Saints aren't doing their thing. KOSS is spiking up. It's at 14s. We're watching it. James over here trying to scam people. Get out of here, dude. Alright, I was down a little bit on JFU today. I'm in JFU again here. I want to see if it breaks this 250 level, but JFU's starting to push up. I'm only in with 50 shares now. It's a pretty small trade, but I'm going to let it finish. Like I said, guys, another way to help support us if you want to check out Webull is you get a free stock just for signing or just for opening up an account with Webull. If you deposit $100, you get another free stock. So there's 2 free stocks just for opening up an account and depositing $100. The other day I got Snapchat too, so I did get Snapchat for one of those stocks. So if you want to check out Webull, I mean, realistically, you're probably not going to get Snapchat, but like you might. And so if you want to check out Webull, get some free stocks and a lot of other free stuff, check out this link. We're getting a drop here. I mean, I was already down 3 something on the day, but man, this drop is fast. I'm still very green on the day, but I'm probably going to get out here and just keep it break even. I'm probably going to close it down. I had a really profitable day in both penny stocks and futures, and so I'll take it. You know, we're green. I'll leave the day and be happy. Remember, I'm doing my penny stock show on Benzinga later on today. And so I'll post an overall link to the channel and to the stream on Benzinga. So we'll be posting a link about that anyway. Remember, guys, hit that like and subscribe button. If you haven't already, click the bell, turn on notifications, and hit that subscribe button. We're just a resource and community, guys. And so if you appreciate free content like that, run those like and subscribe numbers up. I certainly appreciate it if you do. Good luck, guys. We'll see you guys a little bit later. Have a good day, guys. Thanks for watching. Remember, I'm going to be on Benzinga later on in a few hours. So go check that out. Good luck. We'll see you guys next time. Have a good day, and thanks for watching, team. Hey, thank you, Abel. I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, you can check out Benzinga here if you want to, guys. Here's Benzinga. Thank you for all the donations, members, all that good stuff today. I'll see you guys later. Hey, thank you, team. Later, all.